an indication we're ready on the right. Are we ready on the left? Okay. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to continuation of land use hearings that we opened last week. We are live here and streaming. We've got a list of several people that do want to call in to make comment on the first application we'll consider. But before we begin, I'd like to invite you all to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Amanda, could you call the roll? Here. Here. Alrighty. Before we actually open the hearings, just wanted to kind of discuss a few things. I know last week we had quite a few things on the plate. We've worked our way down to two for today. So our purpose today is to hear two items that were continued from last week's session. The first is a consideration of a special use review application. That'll be a quasi-judicial hearing. The second is consideration of proposed amendments to our county zoning and subdivision regulations, and that'll be a quasi-legislative hearing. We'll potentially get substantial public comment on each of these items, so this may run long. As we did last week, if we get to 5 p.m., we'll continue any unfinished business to another date and time certain, if we're not close to finishing at that point. Used a couple of definitions earlier. The first was quasi-judicial. The BOCC, the three of us can operate in essentially three different capacities. Executive, which is generally the direction of day-to-day county operations. Quasi-legislative or quasi-judicial. As I said, the first application that we're going to hear is actually it is an actual application for use, and that requires that we act in a quasi-judicial capacity. In this capacity, we're actually acting as judges, and we're judging the application against statute and regulation, and we can only consider matters that have been brought before us either in the hearing packet, presented by staff, presented by the applicant, or presented in public comment. As we can't bring anything from the outside, any individual conversations that we've had with others. So for folks that have sent us emails throughout the last few months, that's the reason why there generally was a relatively short response that we're passing this information to staff to make sure it's part of the hearing packet. Because once an application is made, we're not allowed to really do our own independent outside research, and if we do, it's got to be presented. So every party to the hearing has an opportunity to know exactly what our decisions are being based on. The second term I used for the second hearing we'll hold, that's quasi-legislative. Essentially, we're acting as a legislature, we're making rules. When we're doing this rulemaking, it's not as strict as quasi-judicial. We can be informed by all matters of things as we come to those decisions. The one strict restriction on that is we can't set a regulation that's going to be counter to state statute. As a county, we have only the authorities granted to us by the state. An example on land use is we couldn't make a decision on bringing parcels that are over 35 acres under our subdivision regulations because we are, by statute, only acreages 35 acres and smaller are subject to local subdivision regulations. So, like I said, we'll be the same people at the same table, but there's a slightly different set of rules for each of the hearings. Though slightly different rules on what we consider, the general outline you'll see for both hearings is the same. The staff will present an overview and analysis of the item, and it'll include their recommendations and the recommendations that are being sent forth by the Planning Commission. At that point, we may or may not have questions for the staff at that time. When it's an application, that'll be followed by a presentation by the applicant, the person that's requesting action. And again, they may receive questions from us. After the applicant presents, we'll take public input. Again, for the application, I asked that really what we're looking for is to make sure that all the issues concerning an application are fully considered. So if there's something that you feel the applicant or the staff has left out that is important for us to consider, please bring that up, and we can then judge the full realm of everything against in regard to statute and regulation for the final decision. After public input is taken, we'll invite the applicant back up. Generally, we have a well-engaged populace, so we get some good issues that are brought up that sometimes are not addressed in the initial applicant discussion, so they'll have a chance to respond to what they've heard. We have a chance to ask some more questions of them and the staff if they come up. And at that point, we'll move on to either a decision, yes or no, or generally with conditions if it's a yes, almost always with conditions, or a continuance if we just don't feel that we have all the information that's needed to make a good decision. So that's kind of the process that we'll run through for both. So with that, I'd entertain a motion that we reopen the application for the Healing Pines Residential Treatment Center.
I'll make a motion we reopen the public hearing for the Healing Pines SUR.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reopen the application for the Healing Pines Residential Treatment Center. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries, 3 ayes. At this point, I'd ask the staff to present. If you were here last week, you remember we opened and then immediately continued. No matters have been presented at this time. So, Christina.
Thank you. Christina Stanton, Director of Community Development Services, stated this is the Healing Pines Recovery Special Use by Review, SU 19-0126, which is a request for special use by review to allow for the operation of a residential treatment center serving up to 8 residential clients at any given time on property located at 5550 County Road 124, Elizabeth. This is the data and timeline. Shows here property owner is Christy and Mark Leafstead, applicant Paul Leafstead. Property size is 39.58 acres. They had a pre-app meeting with staff November 21st of 2019. Community meeting December 11th of 2019. Initial application was submitted January 20th, 2020. Went through a referral from January 23rd through February 12th with a resubmittal February 26th and a second referral period from February 27th through March 11th. Planning Commission was originally advertised for April 7th and was continued to May 5th. And the May 5th hearing, they discussed it, tabled, remanded, and was re-advertised for the June 16th Planning Commission. The original advertisement had this at the Board of County Commissioners April 22nd, was continued to May 27th due to the continuance at Planning Commission, and then also due to events that happened at Planning Commission. It was re-advertised for July 8th and continued last week to today. So on here are the affidavit, signposting, affidavit of newspaper for the last notifications for the June 16th PC and last week's BOCC. The notices were done as per regulations. This is our project vicinity or aerial map showing the property in relation to surrounding properties and larger acreage. This map shows the zoning of the property, and surrounding properties are largely agricultural properties, 35 plus in acreage. We did receive a number of comments. Most of the comments are from the folks represented on these maps. There were some other comments that came later. This was from one of the earlier planning commission meetings. So I've zoomed in on a couple of these aerials to show here that the applicant does have a 30-foot strip that runs all the way up to the road, and also to show that the nearest residential structure is over 1,000 feet away, and there's another existing residential structures that are 18 to 2,000 or more feet away. Distance from the structure to the property lines are 162 feet to the western property line and 268 to the northern property line. Both those are shown on the exhibit. And the property, as I mentioned, does have access. So this is the exhibit. You'll note it is turned on its side, but there is a blow up of the structure, the existing house, and proposed parking. Applications was sent to the referral agencies per Elbert County regulations. Those agencies that are underlined responded. If it's in bold, they had a response beyond no comment or no objection. So we'll go into that here. Some of the notable comments. Elizabeth Fire Protection stated they approve of the development with conditions, and those conditions have been listed in staff's report. The Colorado Division of Water Resources said the referral information contained well permit 166957, which is the current water source for the existing residents. Well permit 166957 is currently permitted to be used for domestic purposes inside one single family dwelling and irrigation of not more than 1 acre of lawn and garden. In order to use the existing well for a treatment facility, which is commercial use, lawn and garden irrigation, and such watering of domestic animals, animal therapy that was mentioned in the applicant's application, a well permit allowing such uses will need to be obtained, and this item has been added as a condition. Other notable comments, Douglas County had no objection. Health and Human Services said the OWTS must be designed by an engineer. An application, the soils report, engineering design, and application fee must be received by Elbert County Health and Human Services for review. Installation will require inspections by an engineer and the Elbert County Health Inspector. Additionally, it was communicated in the email that they need to communicate with the engineer about the expected usage of the kitchen and the equipment they wish to have available for use, due to the fact that many who visit may not be accustomed to OWTS. HHS was recommending a robust recycling process so that the majority of food is not disposed of through the garbage disposal, which would result in accelerated failure of the OWTS. The Sheriff's Office commented in the first referral that there was no security plan, and calls for services would increase not only from the facility but also from the surrounding neighborhood. After the February 26th resubmittal, the comment was revised just to say the calls for service will increase. Listed here are the evaluation criteria for special use by review. that are in Article 3E5A through H of the Elbert County zoning regulations. A, whether the use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding area and neighborhood. The proposed use is to be located on property at 5550 County Road 124, Elizabeth, which is agriculturally zoned property comprised of 39.5 acres. Some breakdown here, there's a 5,684 square foot, one-story log house with walkout basement, wood decking in front and back, and a 62-foot by 40-foot barn. This property is surrounded by similarly sized agriculturally zoned properties. One of the things we look at when we're looking at compatibility, also look at whether they're changing structures, adding other structures, or doing things that's going to change the outward appearance, aesthetics. There are no plans to do that with the structure. A lot of the uses and facilities plan to be within the structure. Additionally, I want to point out that their deliveries will probably be about the same as a standard single family would have deliveries, maybe possibly slightly more. I'll let the applicant speak to that. The only other outside change, they're doing improvements as far as adding some landscaping and adding some parking. So probably the biggest change and an aesthetic point would be the added parking. B, whether the use will not have an undue burden on available infrastructure. It is not anticipated the use will have an undue burden on available infrastructure. The applicant will be required to drill a new commercial well for this use if approved and provide the engineered septic as required as well. C, whether the use will not unduly increase traffic congestion or burden the existing road system. Public Works' response during the initial referral was that Road and Bridge will monitor the conditions of the road and approach the property owner if the increase in vehicular traffic warrants any improvements, since the expected traffic to be generated from this project is a maximum of 10 vehicles per day. D, whether the use will not cause significant air, odor, water, noise, or light pollution. Again, it's not anticipated that the use of the residential property as a treatment center for up to 8 residential clients and staff will cause a significant impact on the air, odor, water, noise, or light pollution. E, whether all sanitation requirements will be met. The applicant has stated that all sanitation requirements will be met if their special use by review application is approved. This has been added as a condition of approval. F, whether the use will be adequately landscaped, buffered, and screened. There are several existing trees on the property, and the applicant has stated more trees will be planted. Additionally, most groups will be held indoors. G, whether the use will not otherwise be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of present or future inhabitants of Elbert County. The proposed use of the property as a residential treatment center with up to 8 clients and staff will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of nearby residents. And I'm going to stop real quick and correct myself because I believe the Planning Commission changed 8 to 6. I'll get to that in the conditions. Thought I had those changed. H, whether supplemental standards are met for specific uses as applicable. There are no supplemental standards identified in the land use table for the use of a drug rehab center or facility. In addition to the Elbert County zoning regulations, staff reviewed the application against the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan. This expert is out of the staff report The proposed use of the property is supported by the stated goal that Elbert County strives to safely foster a balance between natural and developed environment while supporting private property rights and the policies of that goal, EN1 and EN2. EN1 states all development, including residential, industrial, commercial, and public utilities, should be designed and constructed in a manner that is respectful to the environment. EN2 states new development should minimize negative impacts to adjacent agricultural lands and designated open space. Additionally, this project supports the stated goals that Elbert County promotes strong, diverse economic development, and the two policies, EG6 and EG2, EG2 states Elbert County should encourage economic development that provides a balance between commercial and residential tax assessments, and EG6 states the county should support the development of agriculture, commerce, industry, education, healthcare, natural resources development, tourism, and residential growth. These are our general findings. Finding 1, that it is in conformance with the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan. Finding 2, it meets the criteria for approval in the Elbert County zoning regulations. 3, Elbert County subdivision regulations are not applicable to the special use by review. 4, the compatible with existing and allowed land uses in the surrounding area. Again, they're not changing the aesthetics, they're not adding structures that are more commercial in the appearance or outward nature. 5, it will not result in significant impact to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and landowners of the surrounding area. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend the BOCC approve of SU 19-0126, subject to the following conditions. The first 3 are standard. The applicant will be required to remove the public hearing signs within 7 days of a decision by the Board of County Commissioners. 2, the special use by review shall not become effective until all fees are paid, conditions of approval are met, and the special use by review exhibit is recorded. 3, recordation of all appropriate documentation to occur within 180 days of approval by the Board of County Commissioners. 4, before occupancy, Elbert County Road and Bridge driveway inspector shall inspect the driveway to make sure it meets the requirements for driveways as stipulated in the Elbert County Road and Bridge driveway standards. 5, an address sign shall be located where the shared driveway breaks off and for immediate response by first responders. 6, an automatic sprinkler system shall be installed throughout the premises in accordance with NFPA 13D. Plan shall be submitted to the Elizabeth Fire Protection District and the Elbert County Building Department for review and permit. 7, single or multiple station smoke alarms shall be installed and maintained in the areas below. Listings A through D. A is on the ceiling or wall outside of each separate sleeping area in the immediate vicinity of bedrooms. B, in each room used for sleeping purposes. C, in each story within a dwelling unit, including basements, but not including crawl spaces and uninhabitable attics. And D, the smoke alarm shall be interconnected in such a manner that the activation of one alarm will actuate all the alarms in the individual unit. In this case, it would be throughout the residence. 8, fire extinguishers shall be installed within 75 feet of travel of all parts of the residence. The extinguishers shall be located near exit doors. Outdoor smoking, this is number 9, shall be designated on the property that meets the 3 feet diameter rule. Number 10, an engineered septic plan, soils report, and design shall be provided to the Health and Human Services, HHS Department. 11, the commercial well shall be drilled within 90 days from approval by the Board of County Commissioners. 12, here we're getting into the ones that are added by Planning Commission. The applicant shall fence the property where not currently fenced prior to operations. 13, the applicant shall provide security/emergency operations plan prior to BOCC covering all emergencies, and that was added to the packet for this item previously. 14, the maximum allowable patient number is 6, with a maximum number of personnel on premises as 10. And 15, the applicant shall add landscaping schematics to the SUR exhibit prior to BOCC. I don't believe I added that into the presentation, but it was added into the packet. Thank you.
Let me turn that down. Do you have any questions for staff?
I'm going to ask the applicant to answer these questions. We used to have an illegal one of these out by my house. And the biggest problem with it was not the facility itself, but it was visitors. So one of the things I wrote with that 10 people limit that was talked about, I'm going to be asking about how you treat visitors and that thing, because they used to show up at my house trying to figure out how to get to the facility. And I'm going to presume that if this should be approved, the commercial well, the septic, the kitchen, and all those things will have to be implemented prior to the first patient showing up. And the other thing is that she didn't talk about a security plan of some sort. That's enough for now.
Actually, I wanted to see if we can get the mic working so we're not blasting each other out of the room. But... Okay. Yeah, that red light's on. If we've got some spare batteries, that would be awesome. You know,
Hello, hello. So, if I stand up here, can you hear me fine? Okay.
yeah. It's like if you're right on the mic, it's tremendously loud. Yeah, I was going to ask, just having reviewed the materials that have been submitted prior to Planning Commission before this hearing, if you could, I know you're going to address quite a bit, but generally if you could discuss the community meeting, what issues were raised, what concerns people had at that point. How did you come to choose this particular property? There's been some concerns regarding easement and access and title on property. So again, if you could touch on those, that would be much appreciated. And really talk about how the facility will be operated. Okay. You know, we've seen marks and diagrams and setbacks, but what's really happening there. You know, how many clients, I think was specified actually as 6 by the planning commission. But what's your screening process? How do you determine who actually comes for treatment? Where are they in terms of treatment for their illness? What your staffing would be? Granted, asked if you discuss the emergency plan as well, and then what seems to be the continuous comment is where do you believe this sits in terms of just general harmony with the local area? And that's, I mean, so usually we're talking about traffic and water and roads. I think these items are much more, we'll talk about those as well, but.
Okay.
But if you could, those, are there any specifics you wanted to hear?
I think the big one I'm was concerned about is the licensing. There's a lot of different opinions on what you need for licensing. So just so that we totally understand what that is.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Rick. Actually, I couldn't read my own list. That was the last one. Yeah. So the floor is yours. Just please take us through, and we may have questions for you throughout.
Okay.
And certainly after public comment, I believe we'll have more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with what I have prepared, I'm a terrible public speaker, so I'm going to have to go ahead and try to be, the least robotic as I can as I try to read through this. But I believe I'll address most of the items that you brought up. I guess I'd even like to open up with the point, your experience, and a lot of us do have experience living next to a sober living home and things of that nature. I know in California it's very densely populated, and there's a lot of different treatment centers and sober living homes slammed on each other. There's no oversight, no regulation, no governance. There's no medical doctor. There's no, there's no master's level clinicians. I have my clinical director here, Amy. She's a master's level clinician. Our outreach director as well, Jess. My mother, Christy Leifstead, who's my business partner, co-founder. We just the hierarchy of people and the executive order and oversight. There's no in and out traffic for the clients compared to a sober living. They're not even allowed to have a vehicle on the property. They'll be transported to us from a detox facility if it's required, or we'll just take them directly and pick them up if our doctor determines that they don't require detox. So I think a big issue with sober living homes is a lot of the in and out activity, people showing up with visitors, so on and so forth. We will have family weekends for families to visit their family members that are in our facility. That'll be done in an office space, roughly 1,500 to 2,000 square feet in Elizabeth. So family weekend visits will all take place in the office space. So we won't have visitors in and out. The only people are the approved screened staff members, and also obviously the patients who have gone through a rigorous screening process, which I can elaborate on a little bit more. So, I just really want to try to shed light on the different levels of care, and detox is one of the higher ones, but residential RTC is what we're doing. That's the highest level of care, the most required hours of programming of anything in this industry, and Amy can speak to that, our clinical director. It's a lot of programming, a lot of hands-on. We're offering the highest level of care out there. We aren't stepping down to PHP or outpatient, which is when the clients are kind of reintegrated and try to get a job but still stay at the house. We're strictly RTC. They're at the house. We're down brass knuckles, bare roots, like get down to what the core issues are in a very peaceful, tranquil environment and work on themselves. That's our ultimate goal. And I can talk a little bit about that as far as the strategy in picking this location in particular. So I guess I'll go ahead and start with some of this. Let's see, I'm Paul Leifstead, co-founder of Healing Pines. I'm a Colorado native. I was born in Denver. I grew up in Greeley. Moved to California to pursue my education in mechanical engineering. I continued to do work in California, eventually opening up and operating a successful treatment center. I sold my equity of the company with my intention of moving back here to Colorado to apply what I have learned. I am the co-founder of Healing Pines along with my mother Christy, who I just introduced. Christy and I have a personal investment in the field of addiction. Along with being a business owner of a treatment center in California and also a mechanical engineer, I'm also a person in recovery myself. I am a person in recovery who's active in my treatment for alcoholism and addiction. I've seen all sides of addiction, from the addict's perspective as well as the loved one of an addict or alcoholic. I see addiction and alcoholism for what they truly are, a devastating, destructive disease that takes lives and ruins families. Addiction does not discriminate. To give you an idea of what professions have addicts and alcoholics, and this is some statistics I pulled, 1 in 5 lawyers have an alcohol or drug problem. 1 in 6 doctors do as well. These are very high, stressful jobs. These are your neighbors, your friends, your loved ones, and recognize it or not, it's in Alberta County. I actually, not a single person or family is immune. It doesn't matter how much money you have or don't have. And I think a lot of us probably already know this, but I just would like to point out, I had actually had the chance to meet, and I won't say any names, but I met a neighbor who was renting property off of 124. She had informed me that, her husband had relapsed. He was an addict, alcoholic. He had relapsed after having a period of sobriety on methamphetamines and alcohol. He was living at that property for 6 months, actively using it. So there's been a lot of concern about safety of the children in the neighborhood and their sons and daughters running and training on the road. Well, there was someone who was high and drunk for 6 months driving down that exact same road. So it's here. And since then he has moved, and I believe she's also moved out as well, but he left a couple months ago. I also want to point out at the last meeting, one of the board members shared with us that he knew of 6 people in his neighborhood. This is over the course of 25 years. However, 6 people within his neighborhood here in Elbert County who sought treatment for severe alcoholism. He also mentioned some suicide attempts and other, just the things that we struggle with. It does not discriminate, and it's everywhere. We're in the middle of a pandemic, not COVID-19, but addiction. Alcoholism and addiction to drugs is taking the lives of tens of thousands every year. Now with COVID lockdowns, people are losing their jobs, depression and addiction and suicide are on the rise. We need these services now more than ever. 88,000 Americans die annually from alcoholism, making alcoholism the 3rd most preventable cause of death. First being tobacco, second diet. In 2017, 70,000 Americans died from drug overdoses. 68% were from prescription pain medication. Again, your family members, the people who got in a bad accident, was prescribed Oxycontin and other drugs, ended up getting addicted and died, unfortunately. These are friends, neighbors, moms, dads, all walks of life. Alcohol and drugs kill an average of 158,000 people per year. These are just some numbers and statistics of deaths. You can't really quantify the damage that's done to the family members. That's just, and the trauma that's experienced from children, to loved ones, parents, spouses. That's not really quantifiable, so we don't know that number. As I mentioned, Elbert County does not offer these services like ours, what we're proposing. There isn't any lower level of care, even any sober livings. It is much needed locally and for the surrounding areas for a safe, tranquil environment to get sober, in my opinion. We will offer the highest level of care, which I kind of spoke to. We will be providing RTC, which is residential treatment. We have a master's level clinician, Amy, physicians, registered nurses, all tech staff have several years of experience in the field. We are asking for approval for 8 people, and I will get to that a little bit later. Elbert County's definition and zoning regs of a family is defined as 5 unrelated individuals. It is not uncommon for family members of 6, 7, or even 8 to live in a large home such as ours on a big block of 40 acres such as ours. Our request for approval is not anything extraordinary, outlandish, or invasive. We are not seeking to operate a large or even medium-sized facility. Our center is extremely small compared to most other treatment centers with 8 clients. And there would be reason for that because it wouldn't be sustainable with less. And to offer a high level of care, you have to have high level staff members, physicians, clinicians. And if we're limited to a certain number, we can't have the correct staff and the people necessary to run a really good program, which is what our ultimate goal is. Moreover, we aren't asking to build anything structural. We are asking to provide therapeutic solutions for up to 8 disabled individuals who need help, which, by the way, therapeutic services are currently being offered for groups of people at a time. In the neighborhood, I had a chance to meet with one neighbor who does equine therapy. They have groups of 3 single people all the way up to 6 people. And they do this sometimes on a daily basis. It's their full-time job. And then another neighbor, I'm not going to just say her name. I was invited over and had time to spend time with the llamas, the chickens, her goats, and had a chance to try some goat milk for the first time, and surprisingly was pretty good. Anyway, she suggested that we come over and help, clean up the stalls, spend time with the animals for free as a neighborly thing. We were highly strategic in selecting the location. We were aware of certain obstacles such as the dirt road and winter storms and drifts. This is Colorado, and people inherently accept Mother Nature and learn to cope. We have many policies and procedures developed and standardized practices to handle all emergency situations. Residents in an urban setting would argue that we are too close to other neighbors, schools, churches, and so on. Now, in a rural community, we are too desolate, too far removed. There's a term for this. It's called NIMBY, not in my backyard. It is what most treatment centers come up against when they're opening a facility. And if not here, then where? If we're getting denied everywhere, that's sort of the reason why the FHA implemented these things, because it's people say that it's a much needed thing, they support it, just not here. You don't do it somewhere else. Their initial arguments with some of these other treatment centers from the community is that the people living there somehow are very dangerous and threaten their safety. There's fear associated with that. Once they realize that they're a protected class and stating that they're fearful from a neighbor because their sex and disability is discrimination, the tone shifts and they look for any reason the applicant cannot comply. In our case, fortunately, we comply with all areas, and I would gladly like to share those areas at the end throughout questioning. Treatment centers do need to be somewhere, and because of the not in my backyard attitude, FHA regulations were established to protect these individuals from discrimination and give them the resources to access help. Again, there are no treatment centers in Elbert County. This is a service the community needs. The fact is we have been compliant and following all that has been asked from the county. We have fulfilled all requirements, from holding public meetings, paying fees to the county, notifying the public of upcoming meetings, submitting an extensive list of exhibits and documentation for the application, including the notarized easement for the Ortega Bird family as well as the Frew family. We're landlocked. It's the only way to get to our property. And the easements that I pulled and submitted, which was asked of me from the county, was taken from the county records, and that's what had been notarized and recorded. So I fulfilled my part as far as submitting the information needed for the application. We have received approval from the CDC. We received recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. We received approval from the Elbert County referral agencies, including Division of Water Resources, Elizabeth Fire, Douglas County Community Development, Health and Service, and Public Works. The only issue that was raised was by the sheriff, who expressed concerns, rightly so, from his experience about having increased dispatch to the facility. I would expect that if there were a large family moving in, they would expect the same, unless he's stating this is because of the types of individuals that are living there. I would also like to point to the assisted living homes in Elbert County. One, in fact, operates with 8 beds, and they have staff and family members in and out of the property. I'm curious if these same concerns were brought up for these assisted living homes. And if not, why is ours being treated any differently? Most of us experience an addict's life pre-treatment. That life can be chaotic and frightening. Law enforcement officials often experience an addict's life at its worst. In both instances, we see the addict while they are actively using. A person who's actively using drugs or alcohol, who's an alcoholic or an addict, are not really in a protected class. You're not considered to be protected until you're actually seeking treatment and you're sober. So just to make that point. Again, we're not a sober living home. Our clients come to us voluntarily. They all have a willingness and a drive to want to be at our facility. That's part of our screening process, is willingness, and obviously there's also the financial portion of it, background checks, as well as a biopsychosocial. They have gotten to the point where they want help, they have internal motivation, and most importantly, they're not actively using. We screen for any medical or psychiatric issues that we are not equipped to handle. We take into account our rural location in making these admissions decisions. Residential treatment is a specific level of care. I already kind of spoke to that. What the sheriff described is what can happen at a poorly run facility that is not properly staffed and that admits the wrong type of client for the types of services they provide. They most likely are a lower level of care with fewer regulations and protocols, such as a sober living home or outpatient care. I had mentioned the 6 clients. My initial application had 8. In the last meeting, the planning commission did say that they would approve it at 6, capping off at 10 people total. Having had discussions with Christy and my consultant who was here last week, wasn't able to make it this week, and looking at our financial spreadsheets, so on and so forth. And also, it's important that we have a certain number of clients because our capacity is going to average probably around 60%. So if we're limiting ourselves to 6, we may only get 2, 3, 4 clients at a time. I'm going to touch on this briefly to sort of explain also the clinical aspect of it and the benefit of having a larger group participating as opposed to a smaller group participating. Let's see, Healing Pines request for reasonable and approved 8 patients with a maximum personal limit of 12 would promote to the public welfare. Healing Pines believes that it is reasonable and necessary to allow it to house 2 additional individuals from the 6 in the property, bringing the maximum number of patients to 8, with a maximum personnel of 12. And again, we have family weekend off-site, so that helps with not having too many people on the property. Housing 8 individuals in the property would assist the protected individual's recovery by ensuring that there are a sufficient number of patients to make group treatment sessions productive. And Amy, the clinical director, could probably speak to this on the effectiveness of this. No matter what the patient limit is, there will necessarily be periods where the property operates below the limit because patients must transition in and out of treatment. If the maximum occupancy is 6, occupancy will likely be as low as 2 to 3 during these transition times. In Healing Pines experience, some sessions with 6 to 8 people are much more productive and beneficial to recovery than group sessions of 3 to 4. Similarly, 6 to 8 residents foster significantly more accountability and community than 3 or 4, especially in the house with 5 bedrooms. Indeed, by implementing a house structure that fosters a culture of accountability and community, Healing Pines ensures that individuals do not feel isolated or alone, thereby promoting continued recovery. Healing Pines' request for the 2 additional individual residents is thus directly related to the treatment of the FHA protected disability of the individuals who will reside at the property. This is what my attorney had wrote. Further, granting Healing Pines' request would not negatively impact the nature of the neighborhood. The request is only for 2 additional individuals and would not significantly alter traffic, parking, or other logistical requirements related to residential life. For example, according to the traffic analysis performed by Wells Associates, Healing Pines would have negligible impact to traffic operations or the surrounding network. Indeed, in light of the 40 acres on which the property sits, it is hard to argue that 2 additional residents would have any measurable impact at all. And then he goes on to say, under federal law, it is the county's burden to show that Healing Pines requests a reasonable accommodation imposes an undue hardship or substantial burden. We do not believe such hardship or burden exists. Christy and I hope to be a part of this community here for the long term. We understand how much you value the way of life that you have chosen. We do not want to disrupt it. We'd like to be a part of it. We were attracted to this area for many of the same reasons that you were: safety, peace, tranquility, and its natural beauty. Rather than working against us, I ask the neighbors to have a conversation with the many community members that completely support us and figure out a way to utilize what we offer. Have us over to help clean your ranch, your stalls, whatever it is. We want to work with us as we truly want to work with you.
Yeah, had a couple of questions. Several times you referred to Healing Pines as almost in terms of as an ongoing operation. Do you have a facility somewhere else, or is this a?
Yes. So
introduce yourself.
No, I think that might have got the words. I founded it's a Better Life Recovery in California, which was a PHP IOP, which is just slightly lower level of care. I helped found that, operated it, and I sold my 20%. I had 4 other partners with the intention of moving out here. So I guess that was alluding to my experience. I've also myself been to treatment when I was younger for a period of time.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify, you don't have
No.
an entity
Nope.
operating physically?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. The other would, if you could cover the credentialing piece.
Yes, absolutely.
And if your clinical director or whoever, if there's somebody that
Yeah,
You
you
wanna
know,
speak to that,
and
Pat?
my consultant probably would have been the best to address this, but the letter questioning the licensing, there was a quote that I had read from this, and what they were quoting was specific to sober living homes. The letter had argued that we are required to get a license, and they refer to a section of law that is describing a sober living home. We're not a sober living home, and we're a residential treatment center, which has licensed physicians and clinicians. Since we're not receiving state funding, and we are not a detox, and we're not a sober living, we are not required to have a license. In fact, part of the state license process requires that we have approval, use of the land, in order to even apply. So we can't apply for the license until we actually have approval to use the land. So, yes. So to that point, that was only stress this portion of it just to say just that those facts. But we are applying for a license. Our intention has been to apply for a license since the beginning. I was just pointing out that we're not required to. So we will be applying for a license immediately if we are approved, and then we'll also be doing the Joint Commission. State and federal level.
Okay, so you'll be going through the Joint Commission for
Yes.
accreditation for hospitals?
Correct.
Okay.
Any comments we need?
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
Do you want to come up here?
Yep.
Just in case something pops
And
up.
just your name and address, ma'am, if you could.
My name is Amy Armstrong. I'm at 6310 Rowdy Drive. And so I just wanted to clarify that we will be applying for licensure on a state and federal level, which would be OBH, which is the Office of Behavioral Health for the state of Colorado, and then on the federal level with the Joint Commission. So we will be licensed. Our clinicians will all be master level licensed clinicians. Our CAPs who will be running groups, they are also certified through the state and have licensure as well. So all of our staff will be licensed, and we'll have a medical provider, we will have a nursing staff, so everybody will be licensed and with the state of Colorado.
Yeah, and not that I tricked you up here, but since you're up here, could you describe what a course of treatment might be, what a typical day, and what
Yeah,
the staffing
Yeah,
would be,
absolutely.
handling
That's-
of meds, any of
Yeah.
the pieces that fall into the clinical arena?
Yeah, absolutely. So the clients that we serve we're at an RTC level, like Paul said. So the required number of programming hours through the state of Colorado is 20 hours per week. Our clients are actually going to be receiving more than that. From the time they wake up at 7:30 in the morning till the time it's lights out at 10 o'clock at night, they will be with staff. And even when they go to bed, we have 24-hour monitoring. So they're going to be in programming all day long. They're going to be in therapy groups. They're going to be meeting with the clinician. They're going to be very, very busy. There's not going to be time for them to be out and about in the community. And if they are, they will be with staff. And they will be in the community with 12-step meetings. We've got meetings, and there's very limited meetings in Elizabeth. So we will be taking them to meetings in Parker as well as Castle Rock. That's also part of our programming. So it's a very strict schedule. It's a very structured schedule, and they will be with staff 24/7.
So there'd be no time when a client was unaccompanied off
No.
the property, or
No.
sounds like on the property?
No, they will be with staff at all times. I'm sorry?
Does the facility in Elizabeth exist?
No. No.
So that would probably be a condition of approval that you had a place there.
What? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Oh.
Yeah, the gentleman stated that the visitors would visit them in Elizabeth.
Yes.
And all I'm asking is if that facility, or do you even know where that facility is?
Yes, there's an office space already that it's in.
Yeah, it's in downtown Elizabeth. It's about 1,500, 2,000 square feet.
Where?
What is that? It's right next to Buzzards Pizza. 110 Kiowa. 276 Kiowa Ave. There's the sign above us says straight line. directly across the street from Katrina's.
Okay, so it's in that
Yes.
set office
Yep.
space that's.
Yes, and Anna, the landlord, has said that we could use the space to have AA or NA meetings. And also the family weekend is a time for people to come in and we do, she would know more about it.
Yeah, so family weekend is once a month. We have that as part of our program. So once a month, the family members would be coming for visitation and also to do their own work within that realm because this is a family disease. It doesn't affect just the individual. So that's an important component of our program as well. So they would be coming once a month for a weekend, and that would take place at that facility, not on site in our actual facility.
Okay, any medications, how is that handled and what, I'm assuming,
Yeah, so we will have a medical director, and then we will also have nursing staff that comes on site. So the clients will be medically cleared before they can even admit. They have to see a medical provider before they can even admit into our program, and then they will have ongoing nursing care and nurses or QMAPs. So a tech can be licensed as a QMAP or certified as a QMAP, and a QMAP can give meds, but we will be having an on-site nurse coming.
We are not medication-assisted treatment. I want to point that out as well. So no Suboxone, no methadone, things of that nature.
Yeah, so all of the clients coming to our facility will have already been medically cleared and have completed a detox program. So once they come to us, they have already completed that program. And they're coming to us sober and will be a minimum of probably 3 to 7 days sober prior to coming to us.
okay, so, again, so any medications would be for other medical conditions
Yes.
not related in
Yes.
any way to addiction?
No.
Or psychotropic?
Yep.
Those were all the clinical type, would like you to discuss a little more in detail the emergency plan.
Okay, I didn't print that with me, and I had my, is it on in the presentation? The emergency plan? And I could probably pull it up on my phone, but my consultant and I developed that, and we cover a slew of items. I really should have it in front of me so I can touch on it. If you can give me 2 minutes, I can pull it up. Not even, please. Well, he's on a plane right now. You do? Was that the most? Oh, you have the policies and procedures.
Looks like the staff does have a copy up for you. Thank you, Christine.
We tried to address, there's a sort of, I think for most businesses, there's kind of a standard template, or as far as different topics that need to be covered and what the policy and the procedure is. And we went pretty in depth with the sort of hierarchy of who's supposed to communicate with who for how to handle each situation. And it's relatively extensive, but we want it to be as detailed as possible for how we handle all of the emergency situations. So I don't know how we opened up here. Actually, I can look at it here. So we have client safety and events, incidental events. This is all of our policies and procedures. Okay. Yeah. Emergency preparedness and response. We have a plan that we go through the policy of what it is, our procedure, our emergency management and evacuation plan enactment. So that talks about the actual physical requirements for, so it goes, executive plan details, clinical operations, fire response plan. Medical emergencies, we covered, see this one, yours should have an updated, address snow, and blizzards. Natural disasters, tornadoes, let's see, where was, so it's right after severe thunderstorm warning, I believe. I know this has been, having conversations with the neighbors, there's some heavy drifts, and snowstorms can be pretty extreme. So to counter that, I contracted with a contractor who has commercial vehicles that would be able to plow. We would plow from all the road was paved up until when it turns to dirt road, which is considered a priority level 3, so we're not a priority in that regard after speaking with the county. So on a day that we're getting heavy snow, we have a tractor, we're able to plow our area. It really wouldn't be super effective on the road, so we contracted with this company, and they would come out and they would plow access at least to our property and out. They said they'd be available at any time to get a hold of them if the storm's coming in, and they could be kept on hourly if it exceeds our negotiated price to be out there to make sure at all times it's clear. We've also discussed in an emergency situation having some sort of snowmobile. But I think that with these services from this contractor, we will be able to have safe access in and out for clients and also staff for emergency situations. We really tried to cover power, utility, outbreak of contagious disease, structural damage, theft, burglary, physical or sexual assault. And then we actually have a reporting plan for things of that nature. Event requiring police, fire, ambulance. Then we also have a disaster plan. A lot of this is also pulled from the Joint Commission and CARP accreditation requirements, because they will be looking and reviewing our policies and procedures to verify that we do in fact meet their requirements. It's a very extensive list, and both Amy and our consultants are going to help navigate that. But at this point, we do have our policies and procedures in place. We have most everything in place. It's just a matter of kind of fine-tuning little details, but the framework is there.
Just as I was looking through, do you mentioned power outages, generator, failover.
Christy's been looking into.
Okay, and then there's, rather than just shutting everything off and huddling.
Yeah.
No. Which a lot of.
Thankfully, we have a pellet stove as well.
Okay, but I think having some failover propane.
Yep.
Alternate source makes sense.
Yeah, we can tie it into our propane and have that.
The other for the alarm systems, were those just activated
The alarm
within the
systems
facilities, or do they
for the
fall
fire?
For fire?
Yeah, so we'll do the 13D fire suppression sprinkler system. I already have a contractor lined up if we get approval to come out and go ahead and install it. It'll be, the tank I believe will be in our garage. The piping will be exposed. It'll run to all the care that specifies which rooms needed to have the sprinkler heads. And also we will have a alarm panel with strobe lights, and I don't know if it makes a direct contact to the fire department or if that's required, but we're going to do everything that Kara has asked us
I
to do.
think that was really the question, was it monitored externally or does it call out? Or,
Oh, okay.
I know your intent is you'll be 24-hour manned facility.
Oh, yeah.
But getting that quicker response if there's something that happens at the facility where your staff needs to be taken care of,
Absolutely.
that versus stopping to call.
Exactly. No, and I mean, as a condition, even if CARA doesn't require that, we could absolutely implement that. I think that's
Thank
important.
you. Any other questions at this point? Rick's got one.
You had talked about the driveway and access and having signs where it splits off.
Okay.
So is there more than one person using that driveway to get
Yes.
to their property?
Yes. So the original owners, and maybe while I'm talking about it, please pull it up, Christina. The Schrubers, they owned approximately 80 acres. They broke it in half. And we are currently living on the south side, but which is the left side of the screen, and now the big circle. So just north of us is the Frew family, Brad and Sarah, and they're adjacent to us. That property line, I have a survey company coming out on the 27th, I believe, or 22nd, and I've kind of been keeping Sarah in the loop with that if this is approved, we would be putting up a fence to give a physical boundary, to separate, because it does sort of, we share a group of trees that sort of blends in, and I accidentally mowed part of their property, and, so, that will be helpful, having that fence.
Well, I'm just curious, because you own that 30-foot strip.
Yes.
That is actually part of your property.
It is.
And that's why I was curious
Oh.
if somebody else was also using that first 30-foot strip to
the Frew
access
family.
to their property.
Yep, we have an easement with the Frew family, and they access the same drive that we do to get to their property, and then right as it splits off theirs is where we put the signage for Healing Pines to continue straight. That's to our property.
Okay, so essentially they have a access easement on your 30-foot strip.
Correct.
All right, I think at this point we'll move to public comment. I'd like to take about a 5-minute recess if anybody needs a bathroom break or anything, and make sure my notes are organized. Thank you.
So glad to see you here again today.
How are you now?
Good, thank you. How about you? And how did I just like to start with everybody? Talk about yourself.
Are you going to comment on the security plan? Oh, absolutely. I'm not going to say anymore. I just want that. I have a few list things that surprises me. Hi, how you doing? Good. How are you? From Washington. If you put all your 6 feet apart, families are putting all together. If my wife is here, I've had for less than 50 years.
This is my daughter, Anna. Mr. Dave.
So why it's so loud? That it wasn't loud enough this morning, so you turned it up. I told someone, I said, well, I thought you were trying to make sure I spoke up, that you didn't think I was loud enough before, and they told me that, and I said, well, I guess we're better to speak than Dwayne, because I can and it was messing with me. I was like, but nobody was like, stop or whatever. So I'm like, okay, because I just keep going. And hearing the echo was messing with my head too, trying to focus on what I'm saying and then hearing myself back. Somewhere in between where you got this morning.
Doing well? Good. No malfunction? Whatever. I'll take it matters. That's the way I do it.
We started out with Harper, and this was about 30 years ago. And then we crossed over, and that until because and the problem in the winter time is get other drugs. And pickup.
Exactly, pickup.
So once you cross from one to the other, they got to they were so athletic and they and then we went to go for everybody. Back here.
That was a good thing. How am I going to do my budget for all this stuff I'm doing back there? You already done? Mm-hmm. I started on it yesterday.
I'm going to be close in August.
You're not?
I had people asking me when I was going to take vacation, telling me I earned it. I'm like, okay, you guys are trying to do it, and I guess I better. That's my name. But we have this nice long trip to Connecticut. It's my husband's school because we're at the hospital because he's doing the dentist. So
Yes, sir. That's another one.
right, so it's like the first part of August. We're going to get our free
Driving out, pulling a trailer, and turn around and come back.
But it'll be fun for the kids. They're going to see a lot of different states along the way. And I'll stop here and there and do some stuff that they can do. We've got our first stop.
It's based in Cairo. What you talking about?
This is out here. This is right off the lake, so we'll be staying in that for a couple of days and then we'll swim in the lake. Everything else has been closed right now. And then she'll get to see her best friend. She still remembers. Well, we did this last night. We didn't take that long because we went to their place and stayed a couple of days. And I got some way out.
That is a long way. Telling your kids about getting on, getting into an accent.
No. Know about all that stuff. That's it for what's leaving, right?
No, I'm a shrinking flower.
Came prepared this time.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to get hangry.
I passed up. Oh,
You'll learn. You need a chocolate covered peanut to keep it going?
oh, we're good, thank you. I was at the Tyler Town meeting last night till after 9, and on the way home I had a rollover accident.
Oh boy.
Which turned out to be a stolen car.
Are they being pursued?
No, they were just acting stupid out on the wet mud roads on Canadian Street.
Alrighty, it's,
Pastures, and decided to make their own.
2:20, we'll come back into session.
Then they broke their act.
Give folks a moment or two to get settled into your seats. The applicant, I failed to ask if he had anything additional. We were done, but he'd like to present just a little bit more when we roll into public comment. I've got a roster of folks that have signed up to talk. We'll take the folks in the room first. There's a few submissions that were made in writing that we'll read into the record. And then I've got several people that asked to be called, and then we'll take the phone calls at that point. So, the applicant had asked for a bit more, one more item to be presented before we go to public comment. Again, just your name and address.
Amy Armstrong, I reside at 6310 Rowdy Drive. I just wanted to say I'm a licensed professional counselor. No, it's not. It's in Colorado Springs. Yeah. So I am a licensed professional counselor and a licensed addiction counselor. I'm also the clinical director for Healing Pines Recovery. Although I don't live in Elizabeth, I grew up very close to here, and I understand the angst that comes when your community begins to change and grow. Therefore, my hope is to shed some light on the community concerns and provide some information about our program. I've kind of already done that, but you know, I've heard through the meetings and the talks some concerns regarding the increased crime as a result of having a treatment facility in the area. I just wanted to share that throughout my career, I've worked in multiple treatment facilities in the state of Colorado, and in my 8 years as a clinician, I've only seen one instance in which a crime was committed, and it was actually a client that vandalized his room. I've never seen anything in the community in those 8 years that has ever taken place. I would also like to reference a research study published by Johns Hopkins University in 2016. Although I can't go into details due to the time constraints, we can make that available as well. But the study found that there is no evidence of increased crime rates in communities that have treatment centers. In fact, the data reveals 38% more crimes are committed in areas with liquor stores and 31% more likely near corner stores. The unfortunate fact is that crime already exists within this community. Although there's no recorded data for 2019, in 2018 there were 55 arrests in Elbert County that were specifically related to drug and alcohol. 11 of those arrests were in Elizabeth. This data was pulled from the State of Colorado Crime Stats website. And I just wanted to bring that up, basically saying that there are people out committing these crimes. Those crimes won't be happening in our facility. You know, they're going to be sober, so they're going to be under, you know, the care of us. You know, our goal is to provide a service that aids in lowering these numbers, not only in this community, but all communities. Will be taking clients from various communities, and you know, it is a problem. I think we can all agree on that piece of it, you know, so we're trying to just provide a service to eliminate that. Another concern I've heard being voiced pertains to lowered property values. Again, I can't go into details because of time constraints, but I would like to reference another research study that was published by MarketWatch, which is a subsidiary of Dow Jones. The 2019 published study found there is no evidence that property values are negatively affected in the area where drug centers are located. So those studies both can be pulled up. We can Google those, and you can pull those up if anybody wants more information on that. The Healing Pines Treatment Center will be licensed and accredited on both a state and federal level, which means we are governed and have specific rules that we must follow. Rules that have been put in place specifically for the protection and safety of the community, our clients, and our staff. Additionally, we will implement a very stringent screening process and personally decide if an individual is appropriate for our program. Paul kind of touched on that, you know, that we do have a stringent screening process. We are not a court-ordered program, and the clients coming to us are coming to us on a voluntary level. So they are seeking treatment. You know, they're wanting to change their lives and have made that decision. We will not be admitting anyone with a history of violent crime, so that means no sex offenders, nobody with assault charges, nobody with armed robbery charges. You know, so that's not a concern that those types of individuals will be in our program. Our clients will be with staff and programming from the time they wake up to the time they go to bed, and they also will be under 24-hour staff monitoring. Again, I understand the information I presented is not likely to change many people's position on this matter, but I would ask that you consider the facts and recognize that we are a professional, ethical organization providing much needed services in the safest environment possible.
Is that all you have to present at this point?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir. Alrighty. As I said, we'll now open public comment. We'll work through the list of folks that were present. Then have a couple of items here, and I'll ask at that time. Have some material that was submitted to be read at the hearing that was submitted by people that are here today. So if you speak publicly, I will ask if the material was submitted earlier is different or pertinent. But if we could, I'll start with the first person who signed in. That was Diana Edstrom. I do ask that folks keep comments to 3 minutes. And again, as I said earlier, we're looking to bring forth these issues and tease out issues that perhaps haven't been addressed by staff or applicants, so those can be addressed. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I live at 26060 County Road 41 in Elbert. Healing Pines Residential Recovery Center is the first of its kind in Elbert County, and as such we are in uncharted waters. My goal with my comments today is to be a good neighbor and provide what I believe to be positive and productive input that will help to contribute to the health, safety, understanding, and security of the County Road 124 area, as well as provide the beginnings of procedures for the county to adopt for any other facilities of this type that may come to our county. I would just like to say, in regards to being a good neighbor, that is something that is a theme we have heard many times from the applicant. I don't believe he acted very much as the good neighbor that he says he wants to be in his comments. I think he attacked the community, he was rude to the community, and characterized them extremely unfairly. So I did just want to say that. I have several things, I'll talk quickly, requesting several conditions of approval for certification, that be added to the list of requirements before this is approved. And I have documentation on any of this if you like it. The fire conditions of approval that currently exist, 6 through 9, I believe should also include the following: wildlife firefighting equipment at the site, including a brush firefighting trailer with a 1,000-gallon capacity tank at minimum, and any other physical equipment that would be needed in a wildfire situation. The residents are extremely concerned, as they have stated many times, about smoking and the high degree of people that are in recovery smoking and setting, they're very concerned that their neighborhood is going to be set on fire. So I think some of those additional conditions would be very helpful. Security plan condition of approval, documented detailed plan covering any and all security issues. The applicant had initially provided a narrative on security, but now specifics of the plan are needed to ensure the safety of all. A backup generator should be added and be capable of running all systems at the facility, including fire suppression pumps as needed, security systems, phones, etc. And I would note that the security and emergency operation plan that the applicant referred to, which is condition of approval number 13, does not cover any of the security issues that he had specifically given in his first application. Liability insurance condition of approval, a dollar amount that would cover any and all issues that may arise. An insurance review that could cover the facility, property, surrounding properties and people would be a good place to start. Copy of the insurance policy should be provided as part of the documentation, and I'm sorry, I'll talk really fast. A project management timeline to make sure that all of the conditions of approval are followed when they're being done, and possibly have that up on the county website so that the residents can see what is happening and when, and feel a greater level of comfort possibly. And finally, a commercial kitchen condition of approval. It was not in part of the things that CBS sends in, but I had talked to Stacy Reinhardt, and she said that a commercial kitchen is required because it's a commercial business, and she'd be happy to work with the applicant on what they need to do to satisfy this condition. Thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Diana. Like I said, I know trying to hold to 3 minutes. We also do want to hear from everyone.
I have an important question. At what point is he pushing the button to start the 3 minutes? Is it when they're calling the name or when they're talking?
Should be generally after the name and address is given.
Introduction.
Yeah.
Starting the time.
Okay. But again, we're yeah. Okay. And I had actually call him first for public comment, so I apologize for that, Sheriff Norton. But if you could, we'll bring you up, and then we'll move back into the list order.
Thank you, Commissioners. Tim Norton, Elbert County Sheriff. I know I have a brief amount of time, so I'm going to try to talk as fast as I can to cover as many things as I want. I'm basing my comments on over 34 years of police experience. I dealt with treatment facilities in my past employer. You will see an increase in calls for service. You all know our staff limits right now, and the calls for service in the district where this facility is proposed to be is between 10 and 11 minutes right now, as of this year, for a call for service. I dealt with, in my past career, treatment facilities in neighborhoods, and it was a daily occurrence that the police were called to these locations, to a point where I became on a first name basis with the patients there. That's how often I was getting dispatched to these locations for a variety of reasons. One of them is when you get a group of people together like this who are all battling the same issues, tempers flare, assaults occur. We're called for those. We're called for mental health issues, which was already covered, but we are called for those mental health issues. And out here, if we are to take action on a mental health issue and we have to M1 somebody and take them to a hospital, that's taking the deputy up the road. And we're short another one. We're already short staffed. This is going to make it even worse. The regulation, I agree that they need to be regulated if this is approved. There has to be some sort of regulation. The security planner, I've never seen that before. I was never provided a copy of that. I don't know all the details about it. But what I was told prior to that is that the security issue for us was there would be buzzers on the doors and windows. Well, that just to me is just telling staff somebody's leaving. And what are they going to do? They're going to call us. Or the neighborhood's going to call us when they see people walking around the neighborhood or out on the roadway. And the staff would be provided cell phones. We all know what the cell phone coverage is like out in that area, and it's pretty poor at that. Taking a deputy off the road, if we have to do a mental one health, or fire has to respond to that for treatment of a patient for whatever reason, if it's an assault, whatever health problem, we usually respond with the fire department on those types of incidents to make sure there is no problem for the firefighters and the other residents of the facility. I know, I'll finish up. Last week I brought some deputies with me. Unfortunately, the deputies are in training this week and I couldn't bring them, but I am here on behalf of all the men and women of Elbert County Sheriff to say that we really oppose this being approved by the Board of Commissioners. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff Norton. Damon Zimmer is Good afternoon, sir. Again, if we just give the name and address and we'll start your time.
Yep, Damon Zimmer with 5570 County Road 124. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for your time today. As I mentioned, I'm Damon Zimmer, and I live in the neighborhood around the proposed facility. My recommendation is no for the Drug and Alcohol Rehab Center, and for the following, and we did hear that accreditation and licensure is going to take place, but unfortunately those aren't in place yet. There's no formal governance or oversight or accountability outside of the current staff. There's no protection to maintain the integrity of the facility and its operations for future endeavors. So if things change down the road, what's going to be put in place to maintain the current proposed facility and operations. So I would say, how can a vote in favor of this facility be approved without that accreditation or regulations or formal oversight being put in place like Carl or the Joint Commission? Healing Pines has expressed that from previous meetings, even at the library for the town hall meeting, that adjustments could be made to this business if occupancy wasn't maintained. Their standards could change, and for example, like maybe they would take detox patients, without that kind of policy and regulation put in place. And then lastly, I'm sure you're aware that been other facilities proposed in Elbert County previous years. Elbert County, Adams County, Douglas County, even El Paso County, and the town of Estes Park and Soaring Hope was the facility, and they've been denied numerous times, including twice in Elbert County. And based on the ADA and the Fair Housing Act, the BOCC can deny the special use permit, and due to financial costs or needed administration to the county, as well as costs of the services that would need to be implemented by the county to make sure they are providing this protected class with the adequate county services, such as but not limited to law protection, as the sheriff commented, and even just recently a new dispensary being proposed and denied due to limited resources from law enforcement. So I would ask that the BOCC take that into consideration as well, with the increased calls and pulling resources away, from the rest of the county. So anyway, I hope based on what I've shared and what you'll continue to hear, that you guys will come back with a denial on this, and I appreciate you listening.
Jennifer, you were next.
Hi there. I live at County Road 124, 5570. And my name is Jennifer Zimmer. First, I want to thank you county commissioners for all that you are doing and all the positive things that you are implementing. I know it does not come without challenge, and I really appreciate everything you are doing and sacrificing to make things happen. Today you have heard and will hear many conditions, legality issues, federal, state, and local standards that need to be considered with appropriate action taken before an approval could be considered. In addition to what will or has been presented, I ask you to consider your responsibility as protected class of citizens and all other protected class citizens in the area, according to the American Disabilities Act. The Planning Department should make sure the facility was a handicap accessible facility, but I do not believe that has been addressed. I think that's something that needs to be considered. Additionally, the ADA says that the county must be able to provide essential services, which is compromised, as we have heard from the sheriff, you gentlemen know, in other areas, and the state health department has deemed this county as underserved when it comes to medical services. Additionally, the ADA considers this a jeopardization to their class of citizens, the protected class of citizens. There is responsibility on the county's part, I believe, to provide handicap access on the roadways, for instance, with the farm that they will be using as part of their rehabilitative program, that they need to have handicap access. So there's much with the ADA that there seems to be, still needs to be solved with both the owners and the county as their obligation into serving this protected class. Lastly, and most importantly, I implore the BOCC to weigh this decision with your fiduciary responsibility to take oversight from the citizens as specified in your organizational chart. Your responsibility to your elected sheriff, as stated in your policies and procedures. Your mission of establishing responsible business alongside protecting the rights of citizens. Please, please, please maintain a 10-year vision of what this facility could look like. A 10-year vision with legislature that's going to be coming down the pipeline. The 10-year limits of our structure here, our infrastructure of our budgeting here in Elbert County. This facility could easily be a outpatient facility with 40 cars in a month because they are a private organization. That doesn't mean that we should deny them, but there is things we need to consider about what regulations are we putting in. As stated, this will set a standard moving forward for any sort of group home we have. We currently right now are writing policy, whether it's passively or if we're doing it very intently by measuring out all these things. We are are pioneering what is the standards for Elbert County alongside state and federal standards. So I ask you to take the time to really consider these things. Please take, the diligent time to consider the proposed conditions needed to support the upcoming legislation and conditions needed to protect the county, supporting current zoning laws and restrictions, budgetary constraints, and safety measures needed to be placed, ensuring that there will be no liability to the county for not implementing any of these measures, and that we can have all safe homes moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Judy Willie.
My name is Judy Willing, 9490 County Road 102, Elbert. You've heard from the sheriff, and although I do have various concerns to this SUR, my major concern is the burden that this center will place on our first responders. Currently, the sheriff's department has 22 deputies. Usually with 2 people on the road and 1 supervisor assigned per shift. They are already trying to ensure coverage of 1,851 square miles of Elbert County, and what will happen when, bound to happen, Healing Pines places a disturbance call or a missing persons call, and deputies, or a domestic violence call that requires them to have 2 deputies. Something is going to break down. I request that the commissioners deny the request for Healing Pines. However, if you are going to approve this, I would like to see conditions placed, and that all conditions must be met before Healing Pines is open. Even though the website is up and running, offering tours, all conditions must be met. That includes the engineered leach field, has to be completed, not submitted, completed. The major concern, the Harmony. This is agricultural zoning. Once you put this as a commercial business, how are they going to maintain their agricultural zoning, or are you going to be changing the zoning? Because a commercial business on this agricultural piece of property, they would have to do something to maintain the agricultural zoning. One of the points I saw from CDS was there was no increase burden on infrastructure. I think we've clearly had indication there would be, if there's any type of disturbance, if there is something that unfortunately may happen, somebody has a heart attack or someone gets hurt at the facility, what stipulations will the commissioners put in place to ensure that someone is on site and everyone's trained in first aid? Paul has stated previously that overnight they would have one point it was 2 people on staff. The ratio is off in that instance. Again, I request that anything that needs to happen as far as conditions need to be met before the facility is open if you're going to pass this. I prefer you reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just before I call the next one, and these are opportunities when we do get citizens together to hopefully do a little education as well. The comment regarding agricultural zoning and maintaining zoning, there is a difference between tax status and zoning. We are considering a special use that potentially is applicable under the current zoning. There'd be no zoning change. It would be, if approved, the approval to do this special use on an agriculturally zoned property They could, and very likely, if they aren't grazing animals all over the property, lose that tax status, and that is separate and would be considered separately, because that doesn't sound like that's the intent. They would not be using, there would not be an agricultural use, and taxing is done based on use versus zoning, and so.
I just wanted to make, if
No, I understand the point. I just want to make sure it
So it
was
is
kind of
part of-
separate in people's minds, that we're taxed based on use of the property, not based on zoning. So very likely there wouldn't be ag status taxes or lower taxes on the property. And then the second, just the staff's review of infrastructure primarily is roads. I totally understand the point being made that county services were impacted, but the infrastructure assessment specifically was primarily the roadways. Excuse me, Amy Armstrong. Oh, okay. Alrighty. The next two were kind of two separate, but on the same line. Joshua and Sylvia Jones. So 3 minutes each for as you come up. So Sylvia, you're first. Yes. Okay, thank you. And we'll make sure this is included in the record. So again, just name and address and then your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Ortega Jones, and on behalf of the Bird Family Trust, owners of 5500 County Road 124, I ask the Elbert County Commissioners to deny the special use application for Healing Pines Recovery Center. My request for denial is based upon many reasons: discrepancies and errors in the application, presentation of falsified documents, improper location, lack of legal access to the property, and an unreasonable request for accommodation. The grave discrepancies of occupancy requirements and the second home rider agreement submitted as part of the application were dismissed by the Planning Commission as falling outside of their consideration. I request clarification of this, as surely a failure to consider these discrepancies would result in libel for Elbert County. If these items were not factors for consideration in rendering a decision, why were they requirements of the application? We find that the proposed location is improper, per the master plan for Elizabeth, created in 2019, even though I understand that we fall in Elbert County. The facility does not fit within the current or future land county use. And in there, that's what I was pointing out in the gray. It cites there that basically Elizabeth wants to develop the downtown area first with medical and other uses for outsiders and local people, but that essentially, the point of the development plan is that you want to develop the downtown area first to avoid urban sprawl, and that is a quote from the plan. Additionally, the absentee owners who intend upon conducting a business which is not in harmony with the community is detrimental to the community. Christy and Paul Leifstedt have stated that they have not, do not currently, and do not plan to live at the property. They both reside out of the property. I believe Christy resides in Henderson and Paul resides in Arvada. Regarding the lack of legal access, the private road which extends from County Road 124 to the Leifstedt property is owned by the Bird Family Trust, and we do not have a legal easement in place for the residential or commercial use with the Leifstedts. The Leifstedts do not have prescriptive right to use the road, and we challenge their easement rights to our property, as well as those they refer to over the Frew property. This matter is in dispute and needs adjudication. Additional traffic to and from the facility will cause undue burden on the existing private road, and we do not authorize a commercial right-of-way to Healing Pines, nor do we assume any cost for improvement or upkeep of the road due to commercial use. Furthermore, the easement document submitted by the Leifstedts and filed with the County of Elbert as represented has been falsified and is void or voidable due to improper handling. We argue that the Commissioner should not be advancing the matter under dispute in litigation or adjudication, as this presents a direct conflict to an approval. Lastly, and of great importance, is the Fair Housing Discrimination Act. I'm really talking fast. Madam Clerk. You mind if I just read this last little bit? Thank you. The Fair Housing Act discrimination in housing based upon disability group homes states that if a requested modification imposes an undue financial or administrative burden on a local government, or if the modification creates a fundamental alteration in a government's land use and zoning scheme, it is not a reasonable accommodation, and therefore you can decline that without being accused of discrimination. So in this case, the facility would place additional burden upon the Sheriff's Department as stated for additional need for calls, low number of available people to respond, and already understaffed as stated. It would also be a fundamental alteration to the current and future land use as stated in the Elizabeth planning for future growth and current growth. And with that, I thank you for my time, and thank you for that extra forward.
Before you move, you had mentioned the potential legal dispute. Is there a complaint filed or anything before a judge on that currently?
There's a complaint filed. We're working currently with the Elbert County Assessor's Office. We've notified them of the problem. We actually weren't aware of this issue until Paul submitted the copy of the title that he received from the title company, or rather the easement from the title company. Long story short, we submitted a notarized document to that title company when the Schubers sold their land, and there was
those were provided. Those were provided.
Yes.
I specifically a complaint discussed with the assessor, or with the is there a complaint before the court?
Not yet, but there is pending.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We're in the process of it. Yes.
Thank you. All right, Joshua.
Good afternoon. I apologize. As in many things in life, my wife signed me up last minute for this, so
sounds like
all of you married gentlemen out there can appreciate that, I'm sure. So real quick, just a couple of points to, I guess, for some clarification on some inconsistencies. And I'm sorry, Joshua Jones, 5500 County Road 124, the Bird Family Trust. I know that some images have been submitted to Christina, and again, kind of to the point of, I think the question here is some conditions and some areas that need to be cleared up, and as my wife just mentioned regarding some of that easement, prior to approving, certainly any special use here. I think that Christina's pulling up some photos now. Mr. Leifstead mentioned earlier about the 30 feet that is owned by the Leifsteads. And part of that is 15 feet of that is owned by Cruz, 15 by the Leifsteads, but the part that wasn't mentioned was the 15 feet that is part of the Bird Family Trust land that my wife just mentioned is that piece that first enters the property before it gets to that. So again, I think that that's an issue that certainly needs to be cleared up and finalized. Again, I think that I know that our family has reached out to the Leifsteads to talk through some of that, but no progress has been made there, and I think that is an important condition that needs to be cleared up before we proceed with a commercial business that affects certainly this property. So I think as you can see here, and I apologize that my wife might need to point and explain if you need to the area. In the meantime, two other things that I wanted to bring up again just for clarification. Part of my profession is emergency planning and what I do, and typically, I think that as that emergency plan was a condition during the Planning Commission meeting, typically for me, planning, if it affects others, requires input from others, and certainly expert input, whether that's from Sheriff Norton's office, the fire department, health services. For my, I guess so for clarification and in follow-up to what Sheriff Norton mentioned is, this emergency plan, again, I think it's critical, but shouldn't it also be reviewed, collaborated with each of those departments that it will affect? So I would ask that would be, a requirement and a condition is that all of the offices and public service offices that will affect should be privy to and part of the planning of that emergency planning. When I plan for a living, I don't plan on my own and just assume it happens. I work with those different organizations to make sure they understand what I'm saying we're going to do, that they're part of that they sign off on that we collaborate. So if issues do occur, we have a communication plan, we have an execution plan. We're in it together. The community's in this together. It's not, it's not Healing Pines on their own. It's not each of these entities on their own. This has to be a cohesive unit because it will affect everyone. And then my last point, I'm sorry, I heard the buzzer, was just an inconsistency mentioned, and I'm so sorry I forgot your name, the cleanup director, Amy. A previous comment was made by Mr. Leifstead in the Planning Commission meeting about that lights off at 10 p.m. and that there would not be any restrictions at that point. There would be a lights off, a room check, but if someone wanted to leave their room at that point, that Healing Pines would not stop them from doing that. And again, I just want maybe clarification because I think that Amy mentioned that there would be then 24-hour monitoring with those people. So at lights off at 10, if they're leaving the property, if they want to go outside or go for a walk or need fresh air, that there would actually be staff with them. Again, just want to clear up that inconsistency based on Mr. Leifsted's first comments during the Planning Commission meeting and what Amy mentioned during this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Did you need her for?
I just didn't know what you wanted me to answer.
Yeah, if you could take us through it very quickly, since you brought it up, I expected that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's wireless, so if you want to walk over and get
There's jazz hands
yeah.
for you in there.
When we were looking at you from the side,
So
everything
what
looks
you
like
see-
you're pointing to the same place, so.
Easy not just a little bit, so I can. Oh, the first picture. So I'm going to show you two pictures. One is just zoomed in. So what you're going to look at is, this is the Bird Family Trust property of 80 acres.
Okay.
This up here would be the divided, this is Healing Pines property, and the Fro property is in the front of that. So what we're going to look at in the next image are the property lines as they stand currently. You can see just how much road is on our property that extends in from the county road to both the Fro and the Lisa Healing Pines property. And that's what I wanted to show you, is that it is not that the Fros are using the Lisa property, they're both using our property to gain access to theirs.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Alrighty, Ronaldo Ortega.
Good afternoon. My name is Renato Ortega. I'm the head of the Ortega family, very often mentioned by Mr. Paul. I have to let him know that I own as much of the easement as he does, nothing. I'm not a member of the Bird Trust family. I don't understand why my name has to be floated by the gentleman there. And I already told him I don't like to be threatened because he made a threat about the easement against the Ortega family that doesn't have anything to do with the Ortega family. I don't own the easement, I don't own the 80 acres. I'm here to ask you if you're going to accept a bogus document as part of his application. The bogus document that he's using is the easement document that is proven a bogus document. So my question is that, are you going to accept it as a part of the application?
Thank you, sir. Okay, Anna Hasselberg. There are several Hasselberg, yeah, so whatever order you choose to come up.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us time to speak. We do
Yes,
appreciate it. My name is Susie Hagelbart. We built our log home 25 years ago at 30100 County Road 17. Our property extends up through the woods to Road 124, next door to Burns Center. We understand there will be certain expectations of this commercial facility to follow guidelines for a designated smoking area, or fines will be assessed. It's well documented that smoking prevalence is higher, ranging from 49 to 98% in those who seek treatment for their alcohol or other drug addictions. This is from clinical trials in the National Institute of Health. Because this home is outside the 5-mile radius of the fire station range, it constitutes a Class 6 rating with a larger fire hazard risk. We have no fire resources available like fire hydrants, which is why we pay higher insurance rates. A requirement of Healing Pines to carry a $10 million surety bond to cover damages and a no smoking policy on the property would be a start in the right direction. Our dense woods and dry grasses are a tinderbox, as you know. It would only take one of these revolving door of 72 to maybe 96 now, different men each year, an enormous number, who have no land, home, or children to protect here to toss a cigarette and start a fire. If the fire started at night, it could spread so fast that we might not have time to escape. Currently, we are under a burn restriction stage 3, which prohibits open burning of any kind. On the Healing Pines Recovery website, this open fire is the first picture you see. Then another fire picture on their website near a lake that doesn't exist on the property, is also on the website. So will the patients expect that large bonfires will be the norm during their treatment stay? This dangerous and misleading advertising raises enormous alarms for what this business is promoting and perhaps what they're planning for the property. These new clients temporarily moving into this area are not aware of the fire threat. The proposed smoking area that Mr. Leestad has recently submitted abuts the trees. Great, so there's a designated smoking site. But who will oversee, enforce, and control where these clients smoke on this property? We are an agriculture community that have chosen to build our lives here away from the big city problems. There is the added concern of security with so many young children in our remote neighborhood. There are no other drug rehab centers in the nation placed in a similar rural, heavily wooded, and dry situation, so we're an experiment. We know that this center puts our safety at an unnecessary risk. Are our homes, lives, and livelihood worth this one man's financial gain? Through Healing Pines website, it states that this facility, is located in Denver. Please deny this application and let him find another setting, perhaps actually in Denver, as it's implied, that's more suited to protect his clients and zone for a commercial operation. We appreciate all you do to safeguard our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Anna, did you want to speak?
Yes, sir.
I know we had received a letter from you earlier. Is this the same material?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to reading things we received, I won't read them.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Huzabart. I'm 19 years old and I was born and raised at the same address. I'd like to start by saying that I do not believe anyone here is opposing these types of facilities. It's great that there are people trying to recover and people creating these centers to help them. However, what we are opposing is that this facility does not belong in a rural wooded residential area. It presents many safety concerns both for the residents and the land. In addition to fire dangers, our community also has safety concerns regarding the clients. These clients will be coming to a center immediately after detox. The American Addiction Center states that these men will be experiencing post-acute withdrawal syndrome. The symptoms of ongoing withdrawal are mostly psychological and mood-related. Post-acute withdrawal symptoms include irritability and hostility, sleep disruption, and insomnia, and a limited ability to focus or think clearly. They may also experience issues with impulse control, executive control function, and extreme anxiety or panic. It is these issues that concern us as neighbors. If a client is irritable and hostile, has poor impulse control, and is not sleeping, what is to keep the client from leaving the house and approaching a neighbor's house, kind of as Sheriff Norton was saying. The facility will not have locked doors, and these individuals will be able to leave at any time. While I understand that they are a protected class and we do not want to be discriminatory, these symptoms raise concerns for us as a community. There are more than 12 kids in the surrounding area, including 3 autistic children. The safety and welfare of all children and our community should be a primary deliberation. In living here my entire life, I've raised horses, stepped up to leadership roles in 4-H, completed K-12 in the Elizabeth school system, and am currently commuting from home to attend college. I am not very comfortable residing so close to so many male strangers As a young woman, having these men in such short proximity to my home with the understanding they could leave the premises is frightening since their health and thought process is not the most stable. I've also discussed this with a 16-year-old daughter of one of the families whose property adjoins the proposed drug rehab center. She stated that she does not feel safe staying home alone or going for a run, etc. She not only worries for herself, but her 10 and 10-year-old sister and her 10 and 8-year-old neighbors. I'm speaking as a voice for other young people in the neighborhood. With my college campus residing in Colfax, I have to constantly be on guard. I like that I can come back to my home and feel safe. However, if you approve this facility, I will always have a fear in the back of my mind. It's disheartening that the one place where I should feel secure and comfortable, I will have a continual distress of fire, trespassing, and overall danger. While it is commendable that this center wants to help people, it does not make sense to place it in the middle of an agricultural area with lots of kids. I urge you to look at the facts presented by Sheriff Norton, the fire department, my neighbors, and our lawyer. Please do not brush over the concerns of not only leaders and parents, but the children. This center does not belong at this location. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Kevin McHugh.
Thanks for your time. Kevin McHugh, 5800 County Road, 124, with, for the most part, just adjacent to the property. My name is Kevin McHugh, and my wife and I live at that address next to the proposed rehab center. I'm here to request that you do not approve the center, and please do not allow it to operate in our community. My wife and I have already said several times, as have many people in our community, that we're not against rehab centers, but we are against where this center is trying to locate. I'll make a reference to our attorney, Amy Lowry's documentation that's been submitted. And I know there's been other, I'm trying not to repeat things that have been said. So one thing I did write down was the applicant keeps referring to his comments that the majority of therapy will be held inside. So if that's the case, why do they need a 40-acre agricultural residential area to have that therapy? To be quite honest, I'm kind of perplexed how the planning committee could pass this on to you. How could the planning committee approve a center in our community without requiring the center to obtain the highest levels of accreditation that they could obtain in order to prove that they're 100% accountable to some governing board, so that governing board can deal with violations? Right now, I think our only option is to call the sheriff if we think there's something not going on right. Since the county has no other rehab centers to learn from, you should be demanding the highest standards for the protection, safety, and health of the community, not minimal standards. How could the planning committee approve this in our community without requiring this to be a lockdown facility? The safety of our community, including several children, my own included, that live adjacent to the property, is at risk. Mr. Leibstead has admitted that if the residents want to leave the property, ultimately they can. And they cannot physically stop them. How can the planning committee approve this center and pass it on to you without requiring a security fence to be installed by the center surrounding the property? The planning commission requested a 3-strand barbed wire fence. I heard one of them say that, I believe for the purpose of delineating property lines. We all know that that's not going to stop anybody or dissuade them from leaving. How could the planning committee approve this center without stipulating that the center, if they have empty beds, cannot lower their bedding standards for patients? Bedding standards has been talked about a lot. This center is in the business to make a profit. It's possible they would do that to keep their beds full. How could the planning committee approve this center without demanding this be a no-smoking facility, inside and out? Even with a designated area for smokers, which Mr. Leibstead has said most of the patients will be. We all know even the smallest negligence by one patient will put our neighborhood in flames. You know this is true. For the whole time that we've lived in Elbert County, we've been under severe fire danger. Guess I'm out of time. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I did have Grace McHugh on the schedule a little lower too, and so just to keep the team together. Is this substantially the material you sent in the letter?
Different.
Okay, then I'll read that one in after the fact.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Grace McHugh, 5800 County Road 124. Thank you, gentlemen, for letting me speak. Gentlemen of the board, Mr. Leifstead has numerous times stated that his clients are protected class, and yes, they are. However, there are at least 3 families in the area, in this actual area, that have children who are also protected class. These children have various special needs, one of them being my own, he's autistic. Some of these children have already been adjudicated in the district court as a protected class and at risk. Does one protected class have priority over another protected class? And no, it does not. Under law, the term immutable characteristics generally refers to a physical trait that is extremely difficult to change, such as race or gender. The idea is that it is illegal to discriminate against a person based upon who they are as a person. Because immutable characteristics are so intimately tied to an individual, they are the easiest way to define protected classes. This is why immutable characteristics are the most protected under the law. Someone who has chosen to take drugs or drink alcohol first made that conscious choice. My brother was an alcoholic who dealt with this all of his adult life, and he did pass away from complications of alcoholism. If someone becomes addicted, it is a consequence of their own choices, as we saw in our family. A person, in this case, our children, they did not choose to be born with autism or their special needs. They don't get to make a decision to be the way they are. They didn't choose to be born that way. Therefore, the children living around the proposed facility are the most protected class under the law. How is it right that these children are going to have their lives turned upside down to allow a commercial rehab facility into a single-family agricultural neighborhood? If Healing Pines is approved, these children will have major life changes, and yes, they will be major to these children because they think differently due to their cognitive limitations. Many families like us move out to the county or the country to help protect their children, to give them a safer place to play, to walk, to be kids. With potentially 72 different residents living within a stone's throw of these children, with the attendance significantly increasing in road traffic, we as parents will no longer feel safe in allowing our children to play on their own properties or walk on our road. Sheriff Norton said that it is, in his experience, it is difficult, if not impossible, to keep clients in rehab on the property. We would not feel safe allowing our children to walk on the road. Several of them walk on the road. That's a coping strategy for them when they're stressed out. The neighbors who live in the area watch out for all these children. We know who they are. These children don't see the potential dangers that other children will see. They have missing filters. They don't have the social skills. And they don't understand the potential danger of being neighborly to a stranger. Their unique cognitive limitations associated with autism inhibit the ability of the individual to perceive the inappropriate and possibly threatening nature of an interpersonal interaction. Healing Pines can more easily move to an more appropriate setting than near these families. Why should our families have to move when we are citizens of this county? We have lived here for years and years. We've moved here to get away from the city and city issues. I believe Leifsteads not only moved here from out of state, but they have openly stated they do not intend to live in Elbert County. So, gentlemen, we are citizens. You work for the citizens of Elbert County. We just ask you to listen to what we're asking for you and to help keep our children safe and protect their way of life. And I implore you to vote no on special use. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Laura Lee Farrington is the next on the list. I did just, as you're coming up, want to comment Mr. McHugh's questions of regarding the Planning Commission and why they approved it. I just did want to clarify the Planning Commission only makes a recommendation to us. Now, we can still ask why they made that recommendation, but there is no approval. There's a recommendation from that level, and there's a recommendation of approval, not an approval granted. And even had the recommendation been no, an applicant can still ask for a hearing before us for final decision. So, like I said, it doesn't answer the specifics of why they voted as they did, but just wanted to clarify they don't grant approvals at the planning commission level. So, thank you, Matt.
Laura Lee Thornton, 5501 Private Road 124. My family, the Thornton family, has resided in Elbert County for approximately 40 years. So we are longtime residents of this county and have made a lot of input into the county. We moved here for the rural lifestyle that this county affords, and that's what we intend to keep our county as. My property specifically is on the corner of County Road 124 before it turns south going towards the Leafstead and Healing Pines Recovery Center. I have specific knowledge of the conditions of living the rural lifestyle and how to maneuver the roads. So I'm here to talk about the road conditions. Everyone else, I totally agree with what they've talked about, and I support them wholeheartedly. The road conditions that we experience out there, because we are on a county road that is not paved, can be trying during many times. For example, during the rainy season, where we reside, we turn into a mud pit. There is drainage that needs to be addressed on a regular basis, and I have contacted Road and Bridge several times to have them come out and address that. So to hear a comment in the staff report that Road and Bridge will monitor the conditions, I don't believe. That doesn't happen. The road from the top of County Road 124 that comes off of the pavement, which goes over to the county yard, turns into dirt. Again, that turns into a mud pit during any type of rain. Once the mud dries, it turns into a very rutted situation. We have seen during the rainy season people slide off of that road into what is a 3 or 4 foot drop off on either side, waiting for somebody to come get them because they can't drive out of it. So it's not possible. Increased traffic of even 10 vehicles per day with people who are not familiar with driving in these situations is not a good situation for any of the residents or the people doing the driving. During the winter time, that area specifically, there are huge and enormous drifts that are created by the way the wind blows. Now I know that Healing Pines has indicated that they have contracted with somebody who will come out on a moment's notice and get those drifts out of there. County can't even come out there and get those drifts out of there on a moment's notice. We have sat in our properties during the winter, on any given winter, 3 or 4 times during the winter for 3 to 4 days, not able to get out of our properties and get out onto County Road 124. And that's me at the corner. I know the people that are further south than east of me can't get out either. We, as the residents of that property, have taken it upon ourselves many times to get our own tractor out there to be able to get our residents out so that they can help. So I'm just asking that you seriously consider these conditions. If this is approved, that you continue the pavement from County Road 124 that's already paved all the way out through the end of our properties so that we can all get in and out, and that that will require increased staff and increased equipment. So I ask you to take those things into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Sarah Frew.
Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Sarah Frew, and I live at 5560 County Road 124. I live with my husband and twin 8-year-old girls and a 4-year-old boy. We strongly ask that you deny the request for this SUR. We bought this property as our dream to allow our children to roam freely on our 40 acres, and for my husband, who is a 14-year police officer, to decompress and have a retreat of peace and tranquility from his highly stressful job. He deals with many difficult things on a daily basis, and now to find that a business with 72 rotating strangers, no matter the business, as well as a relatively large amount of staff vehicles driving up and down our shared driveway and a very close proximity to us, is devastating. There will be a potential rotation of 72 different men and additional staff, requiring countless vehicles driving up and down our shared unpaved driveway. We are so close that we can already hear their conversations and their emotions
when they're happy, sad, angry, etc. when they are in their yard? How, when they are that close, can we have the peace to allow our children to freely roam our property without constant uncertainty, concern, and disruption to our harmony and peace? The only treed area of our property is right next to the applicant's business. We were planning to build a fort for our kids there. We now have to change how we're going to use our property because we don't feel comfortable having our children playing in an area so close to their facility, as well as the road, the driveway that goes right next to there. Not to mention, we can see clearly into their front yard, and we have a full view of the barn that they wish to rebuild in the next 2 years. We feel we have no privacy from the business. The SUR is not supposed to place undue burden on the community, however, it's placing a great burden on us. Instead of coexisting in harmony with other families, we are forced to interact and make agreements with a business that has nothing in common with our residential agricultural neighborhood. It's a complete break in the harmony of our community. Article F states adequately buffered, landscaped, and screened. What does this mean, look like, and to whose satisfaction? The condition for the fence was put in place, and they had mentioned a 3-wire fence, which Paul has reached out to us about and kept us in a loop. But it was just discussed as a delineation between the properties, not what type of additional buffering to provide screening and actual privacy. The submitted landscape plan fails to address this. The fence must provide for a secure buffer intended to keep people from crossing property lines. A line of screening trees, bushes should be planted to further buffer us from seeing their activities and reduce the noise. The burden is placed on us because we now feel obligated to gate our driveway to keep people out or mistakenly turning up our driveway on a regular basis for the safety of our children. Why should we be forced to pay the additional expenses because of a business? We also have to make sure there are prominent no trespassing signs along the fence line, clarifying to those not from the area, which is another added expense. I just haven't noticed here. With all these changes, there will be a complete change from the aesthetics and harmony in the area. We did not move out there to feel like we were living in a prison, basically. Article O also addresses easements. We would not have purchased that property if we had known that it would be a business, which as a side, it was a condition when we bought the property that the easement was clear that it would be a shared driveway with a shared responsibility with a residence, not a business. We would never have agreed to this. It completely changes the spirit of the agreement. The narrow gravel driveway is not adequate nor addressed in the traffic analysis of County Road or how it would impact our family in particular. There will be excess traffic due to a business. Nothing is outlined in our agreement about that. They're required to have their driveway cleared for safety reasons. We don't have to do that. The driveway was in very poor condition this winter. It's very muddy, very slippery, very difficult to navigate. If it was a residence, we would have no problem paying 50%, as is our agreement, to share the cost of the road. But with a business, to put a burden on us to share the cost of paying for an easement road that we're just using a residence and sharing it for a private business is again putting a massive burden on us. And also, it just kind of limits the accessibility for our children, just the safety, because people coming in and out, our neighbors are going to be careful for our children. People coming in and out, they're not going to be careful, with our children that use the driveway to bike or walk or whatever they may do. So I just want to end with that. We just feel there are so many unresolved issues with this SUR that have not been addressed. And I thank you for your time.
Stephanie Flam.
Thank you. I'm Stephanie Flam, and I'm going to be reading something on behalf of my son-in-law, Bradley Flam. I'm Bradley Frew, who lives at 5560 County Road 124. He's unable to be here due to required work obligations. My wife Sarah and I have 3 children together. We have poured everything we have accrued. We have poured everything we have accrued through our lifetime of hard work into our property. One of our goals in purchasing the property was to raise our young children in a rural agricultural community where our children could learn the values of hard work and grow up amongst like-minded neighbors. Most importantly, we purchased land away from where I work in urban areas to feel safe and secure in our own home and property. I have been in law enforcement for 14 years in several capacities. As many of the current surrounding residents have already stated, we have numerous concerns regarding the proposal of Healing Pines. As a person involved in law enforcement and a husband and father, my responsibility is to provide for the safety of my family and our citizens. A second goal moving here was the hope that the area would stay rural and I would not be forcefully subjected to commercial businesses nearby. I have personally experienced the slippery slope many of the existing residents have warned about in the record. I grew up in a rural community surrounded by dairy farms. It is now overpopulated, overrun with commercial businesses and crime-ridden. Our goal was to move to a home where my children can play freely on our property. I should not have to establish boundaries for my own children, excluding the use of portions of our property due to the fact that there is a revolving door of unknown clients and employees next door. On the record, Sheriff Norton clearly expressed his concerns regarding the approval of Healing Pines and their lack of a sufficient security plan. The sheriff clearly stated that his department is already understaffed, and he stated that he does not support the approval of Healing Pines. As a resident of Elbert County and a veteran law enforcement officer, I agree 100% with the sheriff's assessment. I am very disappointed that our sheriff, who is elected and trusted to provide safety and security to all residents in Elbert County, has been disregarded by planning commissioners and staff, stating that there are no anticipated concerns. Sheriff Norton has over 35 years of law enforcement experience with extensive knowledge of narcotics and its effects that it has on people in treatment centers that he was called out to frequently. Why is his expertise discarded in the planning recommendation as not anticipated? By disregarding the sheriff's expressed concerns, the Planning Commission and DOC, if they approve, has thereby asserted that they are experts in public safety for Elbert County and assumed all the responsibility if any residents are victimized by those associated with Healing Pines. Two of the most frequent calls officers get at recovery centers are disturbance calls and clients. I've just got the last of the paragraph. And clients who go AWOL. Mr. Leifson has already stated they cannot keep a client on the property against the client's will. The burden is placed on Elbert County sheriffs and probably surrounding residents. There are no resources for this. The clients will likely go to a neighboring residence to use the phone or ask for assistance. If not, they will have to walk 5.5 miles to downtown, where there are zero resources during the night. The sheriff's department will be notified, then has to take a deputy out of service to solve the issue at hand. Our sheriff's department cannot take on this responsibility, nor should the surrounding residents. I urge you, as a current resident of this county, to hear the voices of your constituents and deny the SUR. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gary Downing.
Gary Downing, 9603 County Road 102 here in Elbert. I'm going to preface my statement here by acknowledging what Mr. Pettit said about the difference between a recommendation and an approval first, okay? The recommendation talking about the harmony of the proposed project, as you can tell from all the comments, has become a pretty big deal. And the easiest way to sum it up is it's now going to be a commercial entity. It changes everything around it. The second part to that statement is the health and safety aspect of things. I think the fact that one of the immediate neighbors is a current law enforcement officer, and we had Elbert County Sheriff Norton come in and address that issue, that lends enough weight to the fact that there's going to be issues to deal with as a result of a facility like this. Another thing that I'd like to address is I've heard anybody say that they don't want this facility. I think the issue, and it's very clear, it's a consensus, it's a theme that shows up in everything that people bring up to you, is the location. I think that is the biggest problem with this issue, with this particular project. I would suggest that the county has, I don't know if leeway is the right word, or, you know, the ability to address a facility like this that wants to open up in Elbert County, but not in the backyard of people who, it's just a residence. It's going to open up problems that I don't think people want to deal with down the road. The other thing is, they were talking about discrimination against the facility or the patients that would be there. And one of the things that was brought up was the county's definition of a family and the number of people that would be on the property and so forth. It is a real big stretch to say that paying clients at a drug rehabilitation facility would be called a family. That's just kind of a play on words. I think also that if you're going to talk about discrimination, I think if the county just said, no, we're not going to let you open up here just because of the kind of facility you are, that's discrimination. If you're saying, open up, but do it someplace else, and then the facility or the applicant says, well, you're discriminating against us because we didn't get our way, that's a totally different issue. I'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The last person I had signed up for public comment in the room was Jess Norwood. Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else that's present that wants to speak today? I think just about everybody in the room has. So. Okay. We've been at this for a bit. We'll take another 5 bathroom break, or comfort break, I guess. And then I've got several items to read into the record, and then we'll make phone calls and complete the public comment. Thank you.
commercial driveway is different, but the fire code, the fire code says in R4, which is allowed to be, operated, and R3 is a residential code. So we look at now as a commercial, we look at this as a residential single family home. So we do not follow
Process. I don't know if it's gone. Oh, we're going to have to have
Ashley, I do. Yeah.
Alrighty, folks, we'll come back in session here in about a minute. So. Alrighty. Yeah, got it. 3:54 coming back into session. Yeah, about 6 emails that people had provided prior that could not be present. Actually, the first was from Anna Hazelbart, and you had read that into it. The second was from the McHughes, and you had stated earlier the content was a little different, so I'll run through that quickly. And it's addressed to whom it may concern. Our names are Kevin and Grace McHugh. We live at 5800 County Road 124. The southwest corner of our property is next to the proposed site for the Healing Pines Recovery Center. To put it simply, we ask you to deny the application. It has been said that our community has no understanding or tolerance for a rehab recovery facility. This is untrue. We have great regard for places like these. My family is intimately acquainted with addiction and the great benefits of rehab/recovery centers. We walked through addiction with my brother for all of his adult life. This is not about benefits to society or of rehab or recovery centers. It's about not wanting a commercial business in our backyards. We are a rural ranching community and want our community to continue to be this. All of the surrounding neighbors purposely moved here to raise our families in a rural environment, to have our families participate as good as citizens of Elbert County, to raise our children and to participate in our local 4-H, to be part of the sports offered by Parks and Recreation, those offered by the Legacy Charter School, as the school district, and the Blazing Saddle drill team. We are the lifeblood of a healthy voting community. We are what makes Elbert County a better place to live. At the zoning meeting on June 16th and 17th, many of the citizens expressed their concern about safety. Mr. Wilcox responded, there are risks everywhere. This is why we have chosen not to live in the city. We've purposely chosen to live rurally, thus decreasing risk to our children. We've listed our concerns in no particular order. How would the rezoning be compatible with the surrounding land uses? This is an ag area, not commercial, with the amenities close at hand. The center would be a drain on the scant resources of Elbert County. Our last letter to the county had many questions which still have not been answered. What metrics are being used for these decisions? One of the responses from Ms. Stanton was it's not anticipated the use of the facility would have an undue burden on the available infrastructure. How did she come to state this? What metric was used? The zoning meeting had information presented by the county that anticipated traffic would not be an issue. Based on what? What are the reports and findings? Only 4 people have spoken in approval of the facility in the last 2 meetings. One was a minor, a non-Elbert County resident whose parent will be an employee of the center. The other 3 adults were non-residents of Elbert County, and 2 of these adults will profit financially from the center. The other non-resident adult was there as a character reference for the owners. What measures will be written into ensuring Healing Pines does not further develop their recovery center? They have been vague in how many people they will have at any given time. The staffing of the place will be large. The staffing at this point would include a medical director, clinical director, a master level clinician, CAC 3 level additional therapist, plural, how many? House managers, again, plural, how many? Clinician, technicians, plural, again, how many? This is just the staffing. There's no definite number of how many will be on at any given day or during the week. That is the multitude of vehicles and people. Then you have residences at 6 or 8. This is in addition to noise pollution in the area, how many people will be under the roof on a daily basis. Mr. Lefstad stated at the last meeting that the residents would be taken into town to see family members and for other appointments. A facility in town would be a better plan. His plan creates more traffic on our quiet rural area. County Road 124 is one of the last dirt roads to be plowed or maintained after adverse weather. The road base turns to sludge and like black ice. This will be an expense to the county to keep the road more maintained because of the heavy use from all the traffic caused by commercial business. As Elbert County first responders staff, our Elbert County first responders staff to deal with a facility like this. Elbert County is over 1,800 square miles. Our sheriff's office is understaffed to be able to handle the draining of a facility like this. How many of the sheriff's deputies are working during the evening and sleeping hours? The sheriff and his deputies also cover for the Elizabeth Police Department during evening hours. Again, we point out the strain of this facility on our county. On June 17th, when asked about the one staff person who stays through the night and does the required bed check of the 6 or 8 residents, what are the hours? Mr. Lefstadt stated the residents are asleep and typically there isn't an issue. I can point out the previous paragraph about our sheriff and his deputies. Our internet is spotty, phone service is spotty. What is the security plan in place for the first responders when they're in the northern or southern parts of the county? Who will respond and how long will their response time be? Will Elbert County need to contact or contract with Douglas County Sheriff to cover this lack of coverage? What is the cost to our county? Mr. Lefstadt stated at each public meeting that he wants to be a good neighbor and be part of this community. How is he trying to achieve this? Did he spend his time meeting his neighbors, getting to know the area, and asking if this would be a good idea? How would this fit in the harmony and the use of this ag zoned area? He is a non-resident of Elbert County. The first contact the community had from him was a letter stating that he applied for a special use permit in this ag community. The first public meeting in December showed the community was opposed to a facility in the ag zoned area. I would have thought a good neighbor would want to live at peace with his new neighbors and stop the process. The application has caused great emotional stress to the neighbors, loss of sleep over the stress and frustration of all of us losing the joy of our quiet rural living. Some of the neighbors have already contacted realtors in preparation to move. This good neighbor has brought this burden on this community. This will cause us to lose value in our homes and land, which is our biggest asset. Lower home values mean lower taxes for the county. We've spent numerous hours on research, on letters to the county, to the zoning board, to our governor, to our commissioners. Doesn't a good neighbor desire to be a harmonious part of the neighborhood? That is not the case in the request for this application. The phrase, "it is not anticipated," has been used over and over again by the county and by the applicant. I would end with it as well. We did not anticipate a commercial business going into our ag zone commercial community when we purchased our dream property. We would not have purchased this property had we anticipated that one person could totally overturn the zoning and ruin the rural lifestyle of an ag zone property. Future buyers will have the same opinion. We ask that you deny this application. Again, that was from Kevin and Grace McHugh, 5800 County Road 124. Kirk Sanford, I don't believe he was present. He writes, "Dear BOCC and planners, please deny the location requested for this application. While many issues have been raised, which I hope you have been made aware of and are considering, my greatest concerns are for the children living near or even on adjoining properties to the proposed facility location. We are not unsympathetic to the cause of Healing Pines. We are not hard-hearted towards recovering addicts. We would even applaud and encourage their continued efforts toward recovery. But it is unconscionable to consider placing a facility of this nature in such close proximity to children. One family is even within earshot of the facility, let alone being visually accessible from the facility grounds. Given the proposed occupancy limit, not a guaranteed limit, the potential exists for a total of some 96 transient, recently detoxed addicts to pass through the facility per year. Given those numbers, what are the odds some emotional or physical harm that could come to a child entrusted to our corporate care from a patient or a non-resident? In the last planning meeting, we were asked, what is the risk? One has to ask that in this day and age, I asked you, what odds are acceptable and what level of risk to our children are you willing to take? Whatever the risk or odds are, we should not be willing to play them. We must not even remotely complicit in immediate or future harm to our children from an avoidable close rehab facility. Your decisions now will affect the future. We are all forever accountable to the children. Again, I ask, please deny this application for this type of facility. I'd like these comments read at the next BOCC meeting, and that was currently scheduled for last week, but we didn't have. We continued at that point, and that was from Kirk Sanford. The address was not provided. The next one I have is from Karen Ortega. Good morning, my name is Karen Ortega, and my family property is located at 5500 County Road 124, Elizabeth, Colorado. On behalf of the Bird Family Trust, I'm in opposition to Healing Pines being allowed a special permit to operate a drug recovery business in a long-standing agriculturally zoned single-family area. Aside from attempting to operate this business in a non-conforming area, there are so many other glaring issues that need to be corrected and or addressed. To start, there's no evidence of licensing for this type of treatment center. Application must be made to the State Department of Human Services and Federal Department of Health and Human Services, the American with Disability Act, and Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration under the Federal Department of Health and Human Services in order to operate a rehabilitation center. Further, to date, this applicant has not fulfilled all the conditions of the Elbert County Planning Department. The applicant continually refers to Healing Pines as in business and operation since September 2019, when no permit has been granted with which to operate. The number of client/resident changes from 5 up to 8, with no mention of on-site live-in staff. Mr. Lefstead has not presented a safety plan for medical emergencies or COVID-19 issues. Although the Planning Commission felt this was no issue, there is still an unresolved matter with the details of the mortgage on the property, which was submitted in the original application in January 2020. No staff member has given an adequate answer to the facts that the buyers, Christy and Mark Lefstead, Paul Lefstead's parents, should have been living in this property since October 19 to at least October 2020. In addition, there is a second home rider which states that they must use the property only as a second residence. It cannot be rented or used in any other type of arrangement. This to me means one certainly could not run a commercial venture at this location. Sheriff Norton stated his opposition during the planning meeting. It is his experience that due to the nature of the recovery facilities, greater demand is put on first responder services, which currently the Sheriff's Department is already experiencing higher costs and a limited staff to respond to the residential issues in the county. These residents are coming in from and out of the area and have no ties with the community, and the result, this facility does nothing to serve the immediate community in any way. Those recovering people commonly use smoking tobacco or perhaps marijuana, as it is legal in Colorado. There's no plan that I've heard about creating a fire-safe zone to avoid rampant wildfire, as our property next door is a heavily forested area of ponderosa pines, which would ignite instantly and create a firestorm destroying an untold area and people's homes. I believe the community development plan has a designated area, zone if you will, for this type of service, which would better service our community and the client/residents of such a community. Please consider using a properly zoned area closer to other commercial services. I urge you to step back and reconsider the application for this particular site. It will serve no one but the business operator who is not the homeowner who believes he can charge a client $30,000 per month for his services. I would like to I'm sorry. Yes, she ended it. She did request a call. We will try that in a moment. All right, that was Karen Ortega. The next one was from Alberta Eleanor Bird, and her property is located at 5500 County Road 124, Elizabeth, Colorado. It states, I'm in opposition to Healing Pines being established due to it being a location that is not cohesive to the surrounding area, the lack of state licensure, and submitted application needed to operate rehabilitation centers according to the State Department of Human Services and the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, failing to adhere to the standards of the American Disabilities Act and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration under the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, and lastly, not fulfilling all the conditions of the Elbert County Planning Department up to this point. This is a reckless business operation of a medical facility and is not in accordance with the mission of Elbert County and the departments that lie within to encourage responsible commercial development. Additionally, as Sheriff Norton noted in his opposition during the planning meeting, it is his personal experience that due to the heightened demand these centers place on law enforcement, Elizabeth does not have the necessary staffing to assist Healing Pines at this time. The approval of the SUR will put unreasonable burden, cost, and strain on the Sheriff's Department in a very compromised season, which will hinder service to the county as a whole. Our safety and the safety of the temporary residents of Healing Pines must be put first. Thank you, Alberta Bird. The last one that we had received with a request to read in was from Joshua Jones. Again, appears to be part of the trust, located at 5500 County Road 124. It states, I'm in opposition to Healing Pines being established due to it being in a location that's not cohesive with the surrounding area, lack of state licensure and some other applications needed to operate rehabilitation centers according to state and federal guidelines, and not fulfilling the conditions of Elbert County Planning Department up to this point. It's a reckless business operation of a medical facility that is not in accordance with the mission of Elbert County, and it continues, actually, it seems to be a exact copy of the one from Alberta. So, again, those were the letters that we have received. Again, this is kind of a, we're still working with the, partial in-person, partial remote hearings. So normally we would not read letters in such as that, but we'll wait for a moment while this passes, and then we'll proceed to phone calls. So we'll see what the Lord says, but a 5-minute recess.
He's a constable. The other one in the horse barn, they built up the horse barn across the parking lot. No, I kept walking out that window when I go back there, but I just got away. And then I looked on my phone and said it was half the road south. Really? Oh, that's all right. She had a ear infection. All of Florida was getting their kind of stuff. Everyone was. All of Florida. They were all getting 100%. Everyone was getting Florida. Glad I didn't get this one. I said I went there before the July because there wasn't enough COVID here.
Alrighty. Looks like that's passed. I don't know if there's another one on its way. So. List of 4 people to call. So. Alrighty. It's 4:25. We're back in session. I've got a list of 4 people to call. Karen Ortega will be the first, Candace Togger, Stephen Togger, and then Amy Maury, who is the attorney that was working on behalf of several of the residents. If not, hide. And this is Commissioner Chris Richardson from Elbert County, calling during the land use hearing for Healing Pines Recovery Center. You had asked that a call be made at the end of a letter. The letter you had sent has been read into the record, so we will consider your comments if and when we come to the point where we're making a decision. So, thank you. The next person on the list to call was Candace Togger. She's at 5752 County Road 124. Candace? Yeah, this this is Commissioner Richardson. I'm not sure if you've been able to follow along online, but we've taken public comment from the folks in the room and read public comment from emails received, and had a short break while a rainstorm kind of pounded on our roof for a while. But are you prepared to provide your input? Alrighty, I'll just ask you to state your name and your address for the record, and then you've got approximately 3 minutes. So the time is yours now.
Thank you. So my name is Candace Tugger, and I live at 5752 County Road 124, and I border the south property line of the proposed application. As a teacher of 12 years for Elizabeth School District and a parent of 2 daughters, I find that our children are our most valuable resource, and we should do everything to protect them. It is easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. Children should be able to live a life that is carefree, playing in the fields, riding their horses, riding their ATVs, and not living a nightmare in the darkness brought on by somebody else. I do not think that any parent will ever feel okay living next door to a recovery center that has the potential to house up to 72 to 96 different strangers in 1 year, no matter who they are, unless it was established prior to moving there. Speaking to our 16-year-old daughter, I asked for her opinion, and she said that it would make her feel uncomfortable if she were home by herself and not knowing the individuals walking near our property line. It would be careless on my part as a parent to think that this is okay for my daughter. It would also be careless of me as a teacher to think that our children would be safe walking to and from a public bus stop that's 2 to 4 miles from our home, with the increased traffic risk and next door to the proposed location. Our children walk, play, ride ATVs, and ride horses along these routes, and an increase of 10 or more vehicles per day will substantially increase this traffic hazard to our children. Our roads are not paved, maintained, or equipped with proper signage indicating blind spots, speed limits, or bus stops, nor are there proper signage indicating the private roads that surround the county road, leaving our children exposed to an increase in danger of an accident happening. Once you have seen our neighborhood and all of the children that surround this location, you can no longer act like you don't know the increase in danger. You cannot deny that what this will do to our children and what I'm revealing to you. If this is a safe enough place to be around our children, then why are families only allowed to visit these addicts in a controlled office space once a month? We also do not live near convenience stores or liquor stores for the same reason. If the center is approved, my family and I will be forced to move out of the community, which goes against the county's drive to keep quality teachers within the community. A teacher who has brought so much positivity to this community in multiple ways. From logo designs for small businesses, including the Young Republican Foundation, multiple community service, student internships, and law barrels. This is not just negatively impacting the adults, but this is impacting our children and the community. The town of Kiowa just voted no to add a marijuana dispensary to bring in more revenue to the town. And it was you, as the commissioners, who opposed this because it would add extra burden placed on local law enforcement and the citizens if it got approved. So how is this any different? How will this particular application not place a burden on law enforcement, like Sheriff Norton has explained, using similar language he stated on the marijuana dispensary, taking deputies away from our schools and our children? You cannot oppose one side and not the other. This is contradictory. The common elements to dispensary and a treatment center are substance abuse, alcohol abuse, divorce, single parents, unemployment, poor education, which adds complications that are toxic, especially to children who are not able to self-protect. I am asking you all to think about your own children and ask yourself, would you be okay with this? As Nelson Mandela said, safety and security don't just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear. Now that you know the risk to our children's safety, you cannot feign ignorance. Now that you're aware of the problem, you cannot pretend you don't care. To be concerned is to be human. To act is to care. So do the right thing, deny this application, and protect the well-being of our children and our citizens in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your input. I'm going to move on to, I believe you asked somebody else just to call as well.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. next individual we called is Stephen Togger, again, 5752 County Road 124. Hello, Stephen. This is Commissioner Chris Richardson. I'm calling from the hearing for the Healing Pines Recovery Center. Are you prepared to give your input? I am. Okay. I would just ask you to state your name and address again for the record, and then you have 3 minutes for your input.
Okay, thank you.
The time is yours.
Okay. My name is Stephen Togger. I live at 5752 County Road 124, bordering the south side of this property. I would like to bring up first one of the comments that Mr. Leach said. His official plan if someone leaves is we can't stop them, and if they don't have a ride, we will call the sheriff. This is going to create a great strain. Another comment in reference to this is his answer to the snow issue is to hire a private company to plow the entire County Road 124 up to his property. This cannot be a plan, as private companies are not allowed to plow public roadways. This roadway must be designated as a priority 1 if this is to be approved, and a bus stop also needs to be placed at the very end of it so that children are not walking by this facility. 8 persons cannot be considered at this time either because the signage originally said 6. This center is going to strain an already limited emergency response team. The county would be reckless to consider this center outside the EEE designated area that was put in place to help designate growth areas to not strain these emergencies. Our respected sheriff has publicly stated in the past this is not a proper location for this facility. With this being said, this could potentially cause a grave situation for the residents, but also residents of the facility. Approving knowing this could open up the county up to potential liability when a problem occurs. It is clear to all this effect, many people live in close proximity to the center. It is absolutely naive to say it does not affect this entire community. My family has spent the last decade supporting this community. My children have all been a part of the school system. My wife has put her heart and soul into the children of this community, being one of the few veteran teachers. We have 2 young daughters living in our home with their sampling 30 feet from the property line. These individuals can walk right up to the property line and harass my daughter. To say nothing will happen and our children will be safe from harassment is just naive. Can you honestly say you would allow your children to be potentially harassed? If the center is approved, it will affect the community as we will be forced to move and possibly leave a community relocked. But if you feel this center is more important than the people who have put more than a decade into the community, by all means, approve this center and roll the dice. We make our children wear seatbelts to reduce risk. Approving this center next to my daughters is equivalent to putting a gas can 5 feet from a fire. Be realistic. It's not if, but just when something will happen, and the county has a duty to protect and not put a gas can next to my children. Please put the Elbert County community and residents first and disapprove this unacceptable SUR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the input. Your comments will be considered. I've got 1 person to call that's waiting, so thank you. While he was on, we did get a text from the first individual that I tried to call, so I will call her back. Hello, Karen.
Hi.
This is Commissioner Richardson. I'm sorry I missed you earlier. As I said, as I said, I read your letter that you didn't note until the very bottom that you had asked to be called. So I'd like to give you 3 minutes if you could start. Just provide your name and address, and then the line is yours for the next 3 minutes. So thank you.
I shouldn't take even I'm a member of the Bird Family Trust at 5500 Road 124 in Elizabeth, Colorado, but I reside at 1010 Rimrock Drive in Napa, California, and I'm listening over YouTube to your meeting. I just have a couple of things that I'd like clarifications. First one, my family has been on our property, doing some work on the property. The previous tenant had an illegal pot grow there, which we were notified by the sheriff's department, and so we had a lot of work to do there. And the first day that my husband and son were there, some resident from the lease-dead property came out and fired weapons towards my husband and my son, towards our property. And subsequent to that, they fired again many times, and the sheriff came out and they apparently created a target practice area. But I'd like to know if they're going to plan to have any kind of weapons on that site. I would feel that would be totally inappropriate for such a center to have any kind of a gun or weapon. The second thing I would like to clarification is on the number of patients. Originally, I guess according to the staff report, there were 8 patients with 10 staff, and then it was noted there would be 6 patients with 4 staff, for a total of 10 residents at any time. Also, Mr. Reedstead had said that they would like to add on, I read that they'd like to add on the female patients and adolescent patients. And I'd like to know if that's possible for them to do, if the special use permit is just for the 3-bedroom home there, or if they're going to be allowed to do any kind of building and enlargement of their center. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. I will ask the applicant to address those.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you
your
very
time.
much. Thank you. Bye.
All right, one last call, and that was to Amy Mowry, who's an attorney that is, again, working on behalf of several local residents. Hello, Amy. This is Commissioner Chris Richardson from Elbert County. We had a letter from the last session that you had asked for a call. I'd like to offer you, I'm not sure if you've been watching the hearing online, or if, regardless, I'd like to offer you 3 minutes if you'd like to speak on in relation to the Healing Pines Recovery Center application.
Thank you for calling me, and I do appreciate the time. Am I speaking now?
Yes, actually, if we could get your name and address for the record, and then the time is yours.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Amy Mowry. My address is Box 468, Pine Cliff, Colorado, and that's in Fulton County. That's actually my firm's mailing address. I have a home office, so I live in Fulton County, unincorporated. And I am speaking today on behalf of several residents who've asked me to represent them in this matter. I previously submitted 2 letters to the public record, and I've looked at the board website, and they have been uploaded, so you can see the parties that I'm represented in those letters. So what I wanted to talk about today, I think I did provide the letters, I hate to spend the time rehashing all of what I talked about now, but I did want to emphasize a couple of points that seem particularly relevant to the decision that you have to make on the application today. And that is, to the best of my knowledge, the defects in the application that were true as of the last hearing and don't appear to have been cured are still unheard. And
my legal position on that is that the application can't be approved until it is technically complete. Those two defects I'll mention again were the problem with the submittal document for item number 4 on the land development application, which was the deed of trust. That deed of trust, as it shows in the record, does not allow for the special use being requested. To me, that seems like a fatal flaw in the application at this time. The other defect was a problem with the access agreement, and the record shows very clearly, and I believe, it was testified today, there is still an ongoing issue regarding the existence and scope of that access. So until the access that is provided by the applicant is sufficient to meet the requirements of the special use, not something that was zoned as of the application date, but for the use requested, I think the application is technically incomplete on number 12 in the land development application. So that's my position on those two matters. But assuming that something is in the works now to cure those defects, and again, I don't think that we have been shown anything that confirms curative actions have been taken or are even underway, but let's assume they are. I still think that until that is finalized on this day, when you have to make a decision, that decision would have to be a denial. But going on, I do want to touch on a couple of reasons, additional reasons why I think the application really shouldn't be approved, and that is about the criteria for approval. And I know that the record has an overwhelming abundance of evidence, testimony, other commentary that demonstrates, and I understand there's some degree of subjectivity in interpreting all of that evidence, but I think it's pretty convincing that many people agree the criteria have not been met for the application. And obviously I don't have time to go into all of the details of how and why and all of those facts. I think in the record and based on the comments, they more or less speak for themselves. But I do want to touch on the first criteria, which is criteria A. And that says, that asks whether the proposed use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding area and neighborhood. So one thing that I mentioned in the first letter that I submitted had to do with how is harmony determined. Well, I think it's clear that that term isn't defined. It's not defined in the code as far as I know. And as far as I could tell from the research I did, it's not defined under the statute. But there is case law that supports the conclusion that a determination of harmony can be subjective. And we understand that the board has wide discretion in determining, based on its own sense of the appropriate action to take, what harmony really is, and even what compatibility is.
We did receive the letters and have read them. I know the time is relatively short. If there's any other final points you'd like to make?
Yeah, I think so. One final point. I think harmony is one of those things that you can't really see what it is in so many words, but you know it when you see it. And I think if you look at the situation, you're not seeing it here. So I guess I would close with that. I would then, I guess if I'm out of time, I'll just close there. Again, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to give some comments. And I guess the last thing I'd like to say, just for everyone's sake, is I really hope that everyone stays safe and healthy through the ongoing crisis we're all facing right now. So thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. I know, I'm sure we could have talked at length, but we did receive the letters and we've had a chance to read through them and digest them as well. So we haven't missed your thoughts, even though we've probably had to cut you a little bit short on what you may have wanted to say. So thank you very much. All right, that completes the calls and reading and testimony we're taking in place. At this time, I'm going to close public comment. The next step in the procedure, if you remember, was to ask the applicant to come forward and address concerns or other issues that remain open Again, I'll offer you this time. There's quite a bit here if you want to digest it some. We are running up against
Yeah,
time we had set. So.
If it's okay, I'd like to call Greg, our attorney, and he's been listening this whole time, and he'll be able to touch on a lot of the subjects that were brought up in concerns.
Okay. I'm going to shuffle paper a little. I have the okay. How did you pronounce his last name?
Oh, I'm not even going to try to butcher it. It's Solosky? Gregory
Solosky. I'll do my best with it.
Oop, wrong number.
Okay. Which one?
374 170.
Hello, this is Commissioner Chris Richardson from Elbert County. We're in the midst of a land use hearing regarding the Healing Plains Recovery Center. I've been asked by your client, Mr. Lindstedt, to give you a call. I assume you've been following remotely on this? Okay. I'd like to give you some time to provide your input, and we'll try to make this flexible. Again, your client's at a podium about 10 feet away. If there's anything you need to discuss beforehand, I can give you that moment, or if you're ready to go, we'll just turn it over to you. Oh, okay. Okay, sir. I'm going to ask you to just give your name and the spelling and your address for the record before you speak, but the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Greg Sepchik. I'm an attorney with Ballard & Spahr in Denver, Colorado, 1225 17th Street, Suite 2300, Denver, Colorado, 80202. The spelling of my last name is SVEWCZYK. And I know it's late in the afternoon. I just want to make a couple of brief points that respond to both the letter sent by Ms. Mowry and some of the comments we've heard today. And I want to start by addressing the notion that Healing Pines has claimed their right to approval due to the fact that the residents have a protected disability under the Fair Housing Act. And this is not what Healing Pines is arguing. What Healing Pines is arguing is that the Fair Housing Act prohibits denial of the application because of the resident's protected disability. And I think it's fair to say that this is really the basis of the request for denial that we've heard. That people with this disability should not be living in this neighborhood. Now, before I address the specific arguments, I want to explain that I'm not saying that the residents who have voiced their concerns did so out of malice or ill will towards people with disabilities. I think they do believe that residential treatment facilities do provide a public good. and I believe the concerns that they voiced today. But I think that that's part of the reason for the Fair Housing Act, to address the fact that many of us may be inclined to say, this is a good thing, but it shouldn't be in my neighborhood. And to address those competing concerns, Elbert County has adopted an application process to make sure that places like Healing Pines can provide the services to the public and to these people with protected classes without burdening an area's resources. And Healing Pines has followed that process to a T. Looking at the easement argument that we've heard a few times today, the easement issue was fully addressed during the June Planning Commission hearing, and the Planning Commission found that the application was complete and there is no basis to deny the application. The documents Healing Pines submitted with its application are the ones received from the county records. There is no dispute about that. There's also, from what I understand, no pending legal challenges to the easement. It sounds like from today, from Ms. Jones' comments, that they may be considering filing some kind of a challenge, but as of now, it's my understanding that there are no complaints filed with a court in the judicial system, whether it's in the state, county, or federal system. So right now, the documents submitted are the ones from the county records, and the fact that there may be some challenge in the future cannot be the basis for denying the application. Because if that were the case, anybody could stop any application for virtually any reason just by saying that they are considering filing a legal challenge that they have not yet filed. And that's simply not the standard. So as the Planning Commission found, the attempt to raise an issue over an easement and the use of an entrance that, from what I understand, has been in use for over 20 years, can't be the basis for the denial of the application. With respect to the licensing argument, I'll cover it quickly since I think the board has already addressed this pretty thoroughly with Paul earlier in the day. The state's OBH rules are very clear. Healing Pines does not need a license given the fact that it is a residential treatment facility and the type of use it is proposed. And so the lack of that license cannot be the basis for the denial of an application. But as Paul mentioned, Healing Pines is going to get licensed by the state, and it will need to provide the land use form as part of that application process. So again, the fact that Healing Pines doesn't have the land use form, which is a predicate for the license, cannot be grounds for denying the application. I think it's fair to say that the main argument we've heard today is that the residential treatment center would not be harmonious with the neighborhood. And as a preliminary point, I just want to dispute that this assertion is absolutely true. Paul has been invited to and spent time with several residents and members of the community who support what Healing Pines is doing and recognize the good that it will be providing to the people of this community. And in fact, I understand that some neighbors have even offered to allow patients to spend time with the neighbors' animals as a means of therapy, and that they offer to do this without any cost or trying to gain some economic benefit out of it. So I disagree that the property is not in harmony with the neighborhood, even if some residents may disagree. But in any event, the argument we've heard over and over boils down to people with protected disability do not belong in this neighborhood. And that does violate the FHA if it would be the basis for the denial of an application. And when we take that into account, the rest of the arguments and concerns essentially ask the board to impose other conditions beyond what's required by the county's process rules. With respect to traffic, Healing Pines complied with the county's requirements to perform a traffic analysis, and that traffic analysis came back with positive results, explaining that there would not be an undue burden on the existing road system. We've heard concerns that maybe the expert analysis didn't consider how the roads would be impacted in the winter or inclement weather, but we don't have any evidence to support those concerns. So those concerns cannot trump the study which was required by the county's process, and therefore cannot be the basis for the denial. With respect to arguments regarding air, odor, water, noise, and light pollution, these are similarly speculative and at odds with the actual analyses and processes that have been done as part of the application and which are before the board. Healing Pines is asking for 8 residents, which is only 3 more than what the county describes as a family of unrelated individuals. I don't think we've heard any real concerns from residents today that 8 people on a 40-acre property would be offensive to air, odor, water, and noise and light pollution. And in fact, I think we've seen some evidence that Healing Pines will likely have less of an impact in those areas areas than any other group of people of 8 on that type of property. It will have no animals or livestock, which will reduce air, odor, water, and noise issues. And to answer Mr. Tate's question voiced on the phone, Healing Pines would not allow firearms on the property at all from its residents, which will reduce noise pollution. It also will have a lights out policy at 9 p.m., which will also reduce noise pollution and light pollution issues. With respect to the health and welfare arguments, I want to focus on the concerns we've heard regarding increased impact on the police department. Now, I'm not sure where those experiences voiced by the sheriff occurred, and I'm not sure what type of facility involved, whether it was a sober home or a residential treatment facility with licensed physicians on site. But the nature of the property, the type of the services provided, the types of staff that will be on site, and the nature of the location can have big impacts on this question. So I don't think that we can take experiences that may be drastically different and apply those as a basis for denial, because we've seen different experiences in other locations. For example, we have a letter from a recovery facility in El Paso County that was founded in 2015. That facility has 70 beds across multiple homes, and they have never had to call 911, nor has a neighbor ever called 911 on the home. And so it's important to consider the specifics of this property, the number of people involved, and the fact that they will have a licensed physician on site when considering what type of impact it could have on first responders and police. It's also important to consider the impact that residential treatment will have in the other direction. With people getting the treatment they need, calls for incidents in other locations indicated even decrease. And so as we sit here today with the evidence that's before the board, I don't think that there's sufficient evidence on the record to deny the application on that ground. The arguments related to the county's comprehensive plan and additional conditions are similarly insufficient to support a denial of the application. Healing Pines has complied with every requirement the county has asked of it. It's received reports from multiple third-party experts and governmental agencies. And as it is stated today, it will meet the additional conditions from the governmental referral agencies if it's approved. I appreciate the comments asking for additional conditions or wanting additional input from other agencies, but that's simply not what is required from Healing Pines under the county application process. To deny the application on those additional condition grounds would amount to denying the application for not complying with rules that are not in place. I want to conclude by reiterating this point that Healing Pines has done everything by the book, and it will continue to do so. It cares about having good relations with its community and with the county, and it is committed to continuing those types of relationships. At the end of the day, they're asking to help 8 people treat their protected disability on a property that sits on 40 acres. Again, that's just 3 people more than what constitutes a family of unrelated people. So the concerns we've heard today aren't based on the number of people. They're based on the disability that those individuals have. And to deny the application on those grounds is exactly what the FHA required. Thank you for your time. I respectfully ask that you approve the application, and I'll turn it over to Paul, who I believe has a few final comments to make.
Appreciate your input, and obviously you work for the applicant if he needs to call you back, or to make further commentary. I'll dial into you at this number if that works for you. Okay, thank you. And before you continue, I probably neglected to do this. If there's any specific questions or concerns you'd like the applicant to address at this time, or just respond to what he's heard so far from either of you, if there's specifics you want, or...
One thing, when you're talking to the staff, we're always hearing about, the different medical people and stuff, but did that include like people preparing the food and stuff like that, or is that additional staff? Past the 10 if it's 6 or 4, I mean, is that additional people that are going to be on site?
So the food at this point is being prepared locally at a restaurant, and we're going to have it delivered to us. So we're not actually going to be cooking at the facility. It'll just be delivered to us. So that would be an additional vehicle driving the food to the house. It would be once a day. That would be the morning and afternoon dinner food. But yeah, I in the application, I believe I covered all. See, when I'm listing all the staff members, they're not at the home, at the property at the same time, really at any given time. You know, Amy will be on the property, myself, the most of anyone, but we also will have rotating masters, level clinicians, and also tech staff to fill in for certain groups and to do certain outings. And then in the evening, we'll have trained, certified addiction technicians who basically do bed checks, which is required by CARF and also the Joint Commission. They will just, they'll basically be on property while they sleep, do the bed checks, and make sure everyone's okay and safe and where they're supposed to be.
Okay, yeah, because earlier it was talked about a commercial kitchen and,
right.
You know, the county inspecting and stuff, so you're not planning on doing any kind of food preparation or anything on site?
In the beginning, no. So if that's a requirement, then we'll fulfill that requirement, right, Christy? Yeah, we'll fulfill that requirement. You know, but I was just explaining our initial approach to the food, you know, aspect of it and feeding the clients. But if that is a requirement, we absolutely will. And I do believe eventually we will, you know, have an in-house chef. I think nutrition and a nutritionalist is a critical component of recovery as well. So we will incorporate that eventually. So yes, I believe we would do whatever is required of us.
Yeah, I want to say that I'm uncomfortable with this application, and for the following reasons. Not that I'm against rehabs and all that other good stuff, but to me, there's no plan here. The kitchen was a good example of that. What I'd like to see is, and this will be your choice, because you'll be able to, after we speak, is ask for a continuance to satisfy these things, or you can ask for a vote.
Okay.
You have that choice. The commercial well, I didn't see in the application where you had adjudicated or determined the water.
That was a condition of approval by the water district. They said it's a condition.
And what formation? Yeah, but we didn't see it. You know, the one thing about this is that, and here's the problem with this, and you've said it many times. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do this if you tell me I have to do it. Mm-hmm. But there's no plan there how you're going to get that done, timing, what happens when you get to a certain point. For example, can you have any clients there prior to drilling a commercial well? The other thing about the commercial well is, in this county, most of the people's wells are drilled to the upper Dawson. Mm-hmm. A commercial well we would expect to be drilled to a lower aquifer, because we don't want commercial businesses competing with residents. So that would mean you'd have to go down to the Dawson or the Denver, one or the other. The kitchen, all of these things, the septic, commercial. Again, I don't look at this as an ag residential property if we approve what you just asked us to do. It is a commercial facility, which means that then you have to have a quality access that meets commercial requirements. And so that would mean that you'd have to satisfy whatever your easement issue is. And I read that thing 7 times trying to figure it out, and I'm not quite sure I still have figured it out. So I would expect some kind of certification that you have access for development plan, development program, so I know what I'm approving, because there's all of these little line items here, but I don't have any understanding how they work sequentially or how they're integrated with each other. And so minimally, I'd expect to see a development plan that gave us an understanding of when, how, and what to expect.
Development plan of the conditions that need to be met and approved, or?
Yeah, I won't vote for approval for something that has 22 conditions of approval. I need to know what the plan is so that I know what I'm approving.
Okay, well, I mean, the reason we haven't satisfied any of the conditions of approval is because we were waiting to see whether or not we'd be approved. The fire suppression system alone costs $35,000. I mean, it honestly comes down to, put a timeline
I
together.
didn't ask you to install it. I want to know a plan when and how.
A timeline? Absolutely, if I know whatever
And
requirements.
the licensing, I'm very much appreciative that that's going to be done. But in my mind, you shouldn't be able to have a client until that is done.
Okay.
And I like these kind of statements that say that if we're going to have these kind of requirements, again, where I'm going with this is you've got a residence that you're converting to a business. So you don't need to get a building permit. And we have no way of knowing when to send some CVS compliance officer out there to say, okay, you've done these things, because you wouldn't know what to expect or when, how to expect it. The access we just talked about, the commercial we just talked about, the well we just talked about. The one thing I'm still a little puzzled, and again, because I don't understand the business that you're doing, is that the patients have no vehicles.
Correct.
But you can't restrain them. So
Correct.
what do they do? What do they say? See ya. Do they have to walk to town, or do they
No,
go
we would
and pick
escort
up?
them. We would escort them ourselves, or they could have a family member pick them up if they wanted to leave. But again, they're there voluntarily, and they are paying a good amount of money to be there. So, typically, I guess Amy could probably speak to her experience.
But my point is that the neighbors are worried that they'll be out there.
No, they would be transported. No one's going to be off on their own by themselves.
Yeah, and this is the other thing is when does everything get done? We need somehow to have a county inspection to say, yeah, it's done.
I thought it was 180 days. I thought that was specified with Christina. My impression was all these conditions needed to be satisfied within 180 days. And I can tell you now, we wouldn't have any patients or any people in the house operating at any capacity until all has been satisfied and verified.
Put that in the development plan.
I wish someone would have told me this in advance.
Well, maybe I'm just being, I'm an engineer like you are, and I like to see the plans so I know what
I
I'm
can appreciate
doing.
that.
Yeah. Well, the accreditation we talked about. And this is the other, the building, the development plan, the checklist. The other one is, when the planning commission approves 6 patients rather than 8. I'm puzzled by all of this, is that that's their recommendation, and usually when it's a condition of approval, we follow it. But then what you said is that you wanted to approve for 8, but there's only 60% of the people usually there. That's 4.8 people, that's less than 6.
Yeah.
So there's some inconsistency in your logic there.
That would be I guess my logic is that if you're doing 60% capacity with 6 people, you'd have fewer than 4.8, right? Compared to 8. So the occupancy level would be higher.
You could have 100% of the 6.
Right, and it will be 100% sometimes, and it will be 60 to maybe 20, and just the average is approximately 60%.
Oh, and the other one, the most important one of all, we have to have each of the first responders group approve the security plan.
Okay.
And that would be the fire department, the sheriff's department, and perhaps the emergency management. That's all I can harass you with.
Okay, thank you.
We are getting late in the day. I've got 10 pages of notes I took during testimony.
Okay.
I think it's probably unfair to citizens and to you to say, okay, go, respond to everything you just heard. I do think you've got to have some time to digest this, but the one I did want to echo, and I think at the Planning Commission, talked during one of the recesses briefly with Christina, the condition the Planning Commission either intended or spoke, I'm not sure how it showed up on the slide, was that security plan be coordinated with the emergency responders. I think there was a gentleman that raised that issue as well, and that's tremendously important to me. I mean, the 3 of us are tasked with making a decision that affects our citizens here, and if our decision is we're okay with it as long as another elected official in a different fire department, which is a separate government, is okay with it. And we've really done nothing but kick the responsibility to somebody else. So
Okay.
I would certainly at this point by time, but also specifically on that one for me, I would recommend that you ask for a continuance to complete that, and if I'm not sure what timing looks like for you, whether we can pick this up again next Wednesday or.
Well, I'm currently helping close out. My grandfather passed away a week and a half ago. I'm closing out his estate in Arizona, so I flew in last night, and I'll be flying back out tomorrow morning, so I can fly back. I mean, quite honestly, it's a little bit frustrating. This is probably one of the most emotionally straining things I've ever had to do in my entire life. From the very first community meeting I had to sit through and endure basically what felt like an attack. I'm not saying that people were attacking me. They were talking about their own personal feelings. I get that. But to go through it and to get it pushed and pushed and pushed, what is this? This would be probably the 4th time that it got pushed. And I mean, I really would have appreciated in advance if you would have said, hey, can you give us a timeline of what this looks like when you have the fire suppression system, when the engineer does his analysis, when will the installation, who will be doing it? I can have all that information. What is our policies and procedures? I have our policies and procedures. I can have a timeline and all of that. If I would have known in advance, I would have prepared that. The security planning approval, I'm sorry if that was a stipulation as far as one of the requirements, I missed it. But I agree, if that's a requirement, I'll absolutely do that. I really wish I knew in advance. This is terribly stressful and difficult to do this. And it's also obviously a financial strain, but most importantly, it's just emotional. So I'm a little bit, thrown off in that regard.
And I do understand that. I think, again, I mentioned I got 10 pages of notes. Within those notes, there's other questions.
Right.
I think the best thing we could do for you as an applicant and for our community is really the three of us take some time to go through what we've heard and what we would really like answered to get to the ability to make a final decision.
Okay.
And get that to you. I mean, it's Wednesday today. It's probably quite a bit to turn in a week. I kind of ask if we can take a brief recess to work with Christina on the calendar to see if we can designate a date time certain to come back that allows us to provide any requirements we have to you and you sufficient time to respond to those. So if we meet again, we're meeting again for the final time, one way or the other. I think that's the fairest for everybody involved. The communities, the members here today clearly have had concerns about this for, since it was first brought up. This has been months and months and months, as you have said. For yourself, I think that's the right way to go.
I agree. I want to make sure everyone's comfortable and clear.
So let's take a 5-10 minute recess. If you can work with Christina to come up with a good calendar date, we'll come back and set a date time certain to continue to.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll get started here again in about a minute. Alrighty, the applicant and CDS have coordinated a date of the 12th of August to pick this up again. We'll commit to you by the end of next week. We'll get a definitive list of questions or concerns we still have and what our expectations are. I think after this amount of substantial testimony, to ask the applicant to respond to everything he's heard in the last few minutes, or the last few hours, excuse me, and some of it is of great substance, that is the right thing to do. So I would accept a motion to continue this hearing until a date time certain of 1 p.m. on August 12th. Yeah, just to say where we are in the process is we've received all the input. To me, at this point, the hearing record and items to be considered is complete. We want the applicant's response, and then we will then render a final decision. Yes, yeah. If there are items of substance we've missed at this point, we've had 6 months at this point to receive that. So again, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion. We continue until August 12th at 1 p.m. And I guess up here, because we don't know what COVID's going to do, so it'll be up here at the agricultural building.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this hearing to a date time certain of 1 p.m. on August 12th at this location, the agricultural building at Elbert County Fairgrounds. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Motion carries. Okay, we have run long. I recommend and would accept a motion that we pick up the second hearing item at next Wednesday's land use hearing, the zoning and subdivision proposed changes.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue update number 4 to Elbert County Planning and Zoning Regulations until July 22nd, next Wednesday at 1300 at this location.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I would accept the motion to adjourn land use meeting at this time.
I'll second to adjourn.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn today's